the assent copy from the presidency in relation to the amendment to subsections 2 and 8 of section 32 of the Constitution of Sierra Leone. Those are the two announcements I would like to make at this point. If there are any further announcements, I so reserve. Shall we proceed with the day's business?
Laying of papers. The Honor himself was some Thomas Chairman Public Announcement.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I beg to lay on the table of this honorable House Audit Service Revenue Performance Audit Report on the effectiveness of the monitoring, surveillance and control system of fishing activities by the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Resources, December 2021. Audit Service Revenue Performance Audit Report on the welfare of inmates by the Sierra Leone Correctional Service, December 2021. And Audit Service Revenue Performance Audit Report on the management of examinations by the University of Sierra Leone, December 2021.
Bill, the Public Elections Act 2022, second reading, committee stage and third reading. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice.
On the welfare of inmates.
Continue debate.
Honorable members, yesterday one member alone took more than the allotted time. I'm even taking into account all the interruptions that were made. If I exceeded the allotted time for making this contribution. For the first time, I found myself stretching my tolerance beyond limits. But I allowed him so that it wouldn't be said that I used my authority to prevent him from making his points. I'm glad he was able to make them, but I'm not glad about it. It's the time it took him to make his points. Sometimes, brevity is the soul of wheat. If we all adhere to that advice, then we will avoid being too long-winded in the way we make our presentation. You know, I was once where you were, and I can tell you that during my day in the well, speeches were made very succinctly and to the point. We tried to avoid being long-winded and made our point so that both our colleagues and the audience and the public can carry home the message. The moment you get too long-winded, you lose the attention span of your audience. And you forget everything that you have said, no matter how valid or relevant it may have been. That is an advice for all of us when we make speeches. It's not how long you speak for. It's the content of your speech. Having said that, let us start with today's business. And let me remind you, you cannot speak more than once in this debate. Come on, SO32, you're all familiar with it. If I catch any one of you who has already spoken, you will never speak again in this house. I have the list. Clerks, let me have the list. I give the floor to the honorable member from Putloko, Lungi. And by the way, take into consideration the fact that your colleagues also want to make their input. So please do not exceed the allotted time. And I'm going to use the honorable member as a test case. The moment you exceed the allotted time, I'm going to relocate. You know what the allotted time is.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this bill before us is so important that it has to affect the choice Caledonians will make in the next election. Therefore, particular attention must be paid to the content of the bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'll begin with clause 86.1 in the bill. When we look at the previous clauses at the previous sections of the Act, it says the only time the commissioners for NEC council vote is when there are clear evidences of overvoting. But in this bill, clause 86.1 is saying they should council vote in an event there are violence in the polling stations. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the work of the security apparatus is to ensure that they protect lives and property.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Well, Mr. Speaker, take note of this.
Mr. Speaker, it is important. I see my colleague is referencing the bill.
Mr. Speaker, it is referencing the bill. I ask that we read the text of the bill. The text is not saying in the event there is violence. It says in the event there is violence at the time of counting. You are not wasting my time. Let me continue. Mr. Speaker, I particularly reference this clause 86(1) because in the first place, a colleague in this house, Honorable Kadi Davis, suffered as a result of vote cancellation out of violence when this law was not effective. Meaning, ECSL or NEC exercised their discretion on a subject matter that was never passed in this house. Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
the reference you made is pertinent. But there are many other references.
Mr. Speaker, this one is more recent. That's how to
Yesterday we touched on this matter.
I hope you are taking cognizance of the time. So eventually, the claims.
I know the honorable member reference on the one, but there are several in the political history of our country, which goes to suggest that this is a very critical point in this bill. The question, the fundamental question is overvoting. Is it good or bad?
Mr. Speaker,
This house should be able to come up with an enduring solution.
Mr. Speaker, the subject matter which I am discussing now is not overvoting, but cancellation as a result of violence. It has never been part of the laws of this country, but we all saw when the votes in constituency 110 were cancelled and a rerun was conducted in that very constituency. So meaning they are bringing the law now to legitimize what they illegally did in constituency 110. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I have always said the primary function of the police is to protect lives and property. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if the police cannot protect the votes of ordinary citizens to the extent that ECSL is coming with a law that suggests that where there are violence, elections must be cancelled, then I want to suggest we ask political parties to protect their own votes. Ordinary citizens will not have spent the day in a very long queue only for their votes to be cancelled by the actions of few miscreants. So we should ensure, just as it happened in Sambaya Bendugu recently, that enough protections are provided for these votes so that they will not be cancelled by virtue of the actions, irresponsible actions of few people. I am saying this because it was in my presence that those who went there to destroy these boxes did it at ease and in the presence of the security apparatus. So I am of the firm conviction. I am of the firm conviction that these security apparatus would not stop them again to cause any harm. In fact, Mr. Speaker, It is even a crime, it is an election crime for anybody to snatch ballot box or to destroy voting material. But all of those who committed that crime were in the clear view of the public. They are on record. The videos are paraded all over social media. But not a single one of them has ever been invited or questioned in South Africa. So we are saying they can snatch the ballot box, they can destroy the voting materials. Police would not ask them any question, but we are now forcing them that where that event, where that activity occurs, NEC should cancel the vote of the ordinary people who may have suffered the whole day to cast their votes. I feel, Mr. Speaker, that is one thing that we should get out of this law, and we should try to the best of our ability to protect the votes of our people. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis sake, my colleague spoke on it yesterday, but because it is so important, I would want to add my voice to it again. Section 31 of our Constitution is very clear that there are 3 criteria for you to be registered. 1, you must be a citizen. 2, you must be 18 years or above, and you must be of sound mind. Mr. Speaker, no law in our Constitution says you must have NIN number before you are registered. Whenever we want to introduce any law that is at variance with the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we know that it is reasonable to change the Constitution without going through the due process. We all know that in the database of NCRA, they only have 1.5 people who are registered with them in a country of over 7 million people. In a country of over 7 million citizens. So, Mr. Speaker, we will be depriving well over 5 million people from participating in the exercise if NIN becomes a compulsory requirement for registration. When he had the opportunity, I had the representative from NEC saying there will be 2 queues, 1 queue for NIN and the other one for registration. Mr. Speaker, I can put it to you that most of our people, we are very much unable to complete the registration exercise because of impatience. They were in queues from morning to afternoon just waiting for their time to be registered. That was when it were only 1 queue. Now that we are going to have 2 queues, Mr. Speaker, this is the simplest way to discourage our people from registration. Because you have to spend the whole day in 1 queue and transfer to another queue. And I believe the intent of any election law is not to make things difficult for your citizens to exercise their franchise. It's to make it easy and simple. So when you want to come introduce laws that makes it very, very difficult, Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that it will be with the intention to deliberately deprive our people from exercising their God-given rights, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also,
Mr. Speaker,
Section 57B
Mr. Speaker is
about introduction of the PI system.
The bad is sleep.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
It is sleep.
the Constitution is very clear. If we go to the instrument that introduces 38A,
The bad is sleep.
which is the PI system, you would agree with me that it is clearly spelled here that when the date, Mr. Speaker, are you with me, sir? Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that it is clearly written there.
When I shut my eyes, it doesn't mean I'm sleeping.
Very close.
I know you are not sleeping.
It's very close.
I'm keeping my mind fully alert.
You have never slept in the chamber, sir, so I know you are not sleeping. Mr. Speaker, you would agree with me that the section that was introduced in the Constitution in 2001, 38A, is saying in an event, a date for election has been announced and there are no constituencies, we can choose the PI system. But Mr. Speaker, you would agree with me that the date for elections, 2023 elections was announced. We had constituency in existence, and up till now, we are all here as honorable members of parliament by virtue of our constituency. No constituency has been rendered null and void. We are all representing our people. So that very fact that we are here representing our people in our various constituencies shows that at the time the announcement was made for the date for the election, there are existing constituencies. And when there are existing constituencies, we don't have to go to the PI, except if we want to go against the Constitution. And that is also reasonable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are saying this because we believe you are a respecter of the Constitution. You have said it times without number that you would not go against the content of this Constitution, which we so dearly respect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at clause 24, clause 24 clearly states what qualifies you to be registered. It states that you must produce your certificate, birth certificate, or naturalization certificate. You must have statutory declaration that shows your birth, and then you must have a testimony of a stakeholder, and also you must have the NIN and any other document that would verify or that would prove that you are eligible to be registered. Mr. Speaker, I underline the word any of the following. That shows that all of what I have stated are not conjunctive, they are disjunctive. Meaning, if you have only your birth certificate, you should be registered. You should be registered. If you have the testimony of a stakeholder in your community, you should be registered. That is how the law has been. So why do we want to prevent our people who suffered to vote us into offices from voting in the next election? Because when you want to make it difficult, it is synonymous to you saying, these people who sent me here should not be given the opportunity to exercise their discretion on the ballot box in the subsequent elections. And to me, that is not democratic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would not want to go into the demerits. I would not want to go into the demerits of the PI system. I will tell you why. I would have explained the demerits of the PI system if it was constitutional for this House to approve the PI system. But the mere fact that it is against the dictates and content of our Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I would not want to waste my precious time to go to the debate. Mr. Speaker, from the look of things, it is apparent. That even when the Constitution says Even when the Constitution says, especially the amendment, the constitutional instrument that was brought to this house in 2001, even when it says, for now it is not conducive to do the PR system, to introduce the PR system because we have constituencies and the date for election has been announced. It seems as if a group of people still want to impose the PR system on our nation, Sierra Leone.
Are you mindful of
Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
Jale. Jale.
Mr. Speaker, in the case,
yes. Oh, this is don't twist.
He's a prodigal son of
This is don't twist.
Mr. Speaker, in the case, this house still wants to introduce the PR system when there are constituencies and when the date of elections has been announced. This house needs to have another constitutional instrument for the amendment of section 38. But without which, Mr. Speaker, that very clause cannot be touched in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I am saying this because we are on record that we are the members of Parliament of the Second Republic and of the Fifth Parliament of this very nation. If this House takes any decision, we will take collective responsibility for that decision. Some of us want to exonerate ourselves from the history of this very country for having done what is unconstitutional. That is why unequivocally we are telling you, and we are re-echoing it to the hearing of the public and to the hearing of every member of Parliament, that the action of introducing a PR system in the presence of existing constituency and the announcement of the date of election is unconstitutional.
And I will let you.
Mr. Speaker,
As a bullet. In London.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we should be concerned with voter apathy. You can agree with me that in most of the by-elections, the people who turn out to vote are so small. And every right-thinking Sierra Leonean who has invested in developing this country, who has invested in promoting this country, who has spent their resources or the resources of this nation in pleasing their people, should not be skeptical about allowing their people to vote during elections. That is why we on this side emphatically say, Mr. Speaker, that our people should not be deprived by a law introduced in this act that is contrary to the content of this constitution, which is the governor. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, again, I have said times without number that some clauses in this very constitution have bearing to, in this very act, in this very bill, have bearing to the constitution. And if I could speak in the words and in the voice of our leader, he has said, we cannot amend the constitution to the act. He said, if we want to introduce clauses in the constitution in this act, it's better we come with the constitution, we amend the constitution before we look at the act. That is the reason for which, as a team, we didn't debate initially this document, because there were clauses in this document that are also in the Constitution. And that was proven correct when the AG brought Section 32, which is also in this act, in this bill of the Constitution, and Section 76(1) to be amended. That shows clearly that this House agreed that there are clauses in this bill that are also in the Constitution. What I want to re-echo here is that those are not the only two clauses in this bill that are also in the Constitution. If you want to introduce the NIN, come with Section 31 so that we amend it as a House and introduce the NIN so that it will not be requirement for registration. Mr. Speaker, we are just less than 1 year to election. Less than 1 year. And less than 1 year, we still have about 1.5 million people who are in the NIN, including those who are not even Sierra Leoneans and those who are not even eligible to vote. So when you remove them, the number becomes very less.
200.
You see? So, Mr. Speaker, I am emphasizing on this point because we are dealing with matters of the Constitution. I have never heard in the history of this parliament that a speaker or a parliament in Sierra Leone has ever introduced any law that is contrary to the content of this Constitution. They have all been very careful. They have all been very cautious because they don't want to go into the wrong books of history that they went against the Constitution of this land. And Mr. Speaker, I do not want to be in this parliament that will go against the dictate of this Constitution. That is why.
Don't mention in that sentence of yours, keep the speaker. The speaker has no authority to do anything in this house. I'm merely a presiding officer.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if I listen well to the voice of our experienced speaker, I would say that the ball is in our court.
Exactly.
The speaker has exonerated himself.
Exactly.
So I urge us, members of parliament of the fifth parliament of the Second Republic, not to go against the content of this Constitution. This is the book that brought all of us into this parliament. And this is the book that gives us the power we now have. If we go against it, it is reasonable. I am happy that Speaker did not refute that Section 31 is against the introduction of the NIN.
Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. I did not get anywhere near endorsing or accepting or rejecting what you are saying. All you are perfectly entitled to express your opinion and do it without any reference to Mr.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I respect your opinion, sir. And Mr. Speaker, I want to again say that I am only dealing with two issues because these issues are so important that they can implicate this parliament. The first issue is the introduction of the PR system that is not constitutional at this point in time, and also the introduction of the NIN that is not constitutional at this point in time. And Mr. Speaker, also what this bill is saying, that ballot should be cancelled, vote should be cancelled if there are incidences of violence. Mr. Speaker, I want to clearly state here that we have seen incidences of violence. Nobody has been reprimanded. We saw a whole minister of government grabbing ballot boxes, which is an election crime. It was never called, it was never questioned. We saw workers of this nation who were seen destroying ballot boxes. None of them have been questioned. None of them have been asked. And now we are building a law that cancels vote. So, Mr. Speaker, if I have the opportunity to have my voice in this debate, I am advising members of this very parliament that we have had 5 parliaments in this second republic, and none of these parliaments are on record of having gone against the content of this constitution. I don't want this parliament to go against what is in this constitution. I rest my case, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honorable member for his contribution to the debate.
Not be done debate. Not talking.
I now give the floor to the honorable member from the Western area. The honorable member from Lumley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me clarify. Since the second reading of this Public Elections Act commenced, I have not been given the opportunity to say a word. This is my first opportunity. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I will start on the note of our prayers. That to thyself it will so. We are saying in this house that no parliament forced to this 5th parliament has abrogated this constitution. That is not true. Just 2 days ago, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday in this house, we corrected an error, a treasonable offense in section 5 of the Public Elections Act of 2012. Wherein the constitution was amended without the constitutional instrument. If history would hold any house that has hold the dictates and spirit of this constitution, it will be the 5th parliament of the second republic.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Yes, he has just referred to section 5 of the Public Elections Act. Mr. Speaker, I want to say clearly that in no way that was a means of amending the constitution. When our leader had the opportunity to speak on the very subject, he said when there is a law that contravenes the constitution, that law is null and void, party of subsection 15 of section 171. So that law was useless. If they had used it against anybody, the person would have gone to court and the person would have gone to prison, because it is different from what is in the constitution. The constitution was no way a second law to that law. The constitution was still the first law. So it was not.
That doesn't answer the point he's making.
Yes, it is the correction.
The point he's making is that a law was passed.
A law was passed that is contravening the constitution. I am saying now, in an event that law would have been used, it would have been a treasonable offense, and somebody would have gone to court. And in no way was that law important than what is in the constitution. If anybody would have gone to court as by virtue of what is in the constitution, the person would have won the person who used what was in the act. So I was saying,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Whilst I want to thank the acting Secretary General and the Working Congress, I would want to say to others who have applauded him that they've made a wasted effort in applauding for nothing. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me also correct this. that the NCIA database does not have 1.5 million Sierra Leoneans. It has over 6 million Sierra Leoneans. 90% plus of the country. Mr. Speaker, I remember, even my children. Let me finish.
Please. You see, we observe perfectly from when you are calling on ourselves. Likewise. Even what you are doing is not appropriate. I am thinking that you are doing that. It's not appropriate. When you say perfectly, when you were speaking, and I was speaking to you, perfectly. Because now, please, what I speak, you don't speak, please. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm not going to give you medals. Give me the respect that is so. Thank you, sir. I'm going to have the medals printed for those who comply with civilized debate. I'm going to be issuing medals to those who comply with civilized debate in this house. Carry on, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you are taking cognizance of my time.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Speaker, let me repeat that the NCIA database has over 6 million Sierra Leoneans registered during the civil registration process, including my children. Yes, including my children. Nasiru, Khadija, Fadi, and Abdullah. They registered, yes. They registered. This is their registration slip. Four. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is to show that my children, they are going to be responsible citizens. That believe, I can give you, Mr. Speaker, to justify. That believe in the dictate and spirit of every law passed by this house. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to section 14 of the NCIA Act. Mr. Speaker, the NCIA Act was passed in 2016. Section 14. Section 14 says Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me read section 14. He said the objects for which the authority is established shall be, and I will take you straight to paragraph B. Issue national identification number to every citizen and resident in Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not strong enough, go to section 15. 16, paragraph E. It says the function of the authority shall be maintain a register of all citizens and non-citizens resident in Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, let me take you to section 25.
Yeah, we still wait.
Continue to wait. And I have said before, and I will repeat it now in the presence of the entire house. When I speak in this house, you should listen, because at the time when I was deputy envoy in when I was deputy envoy, it was in I have said it, and I will say it again. When I was deputy envoy at services, it was in I am not giving you the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you are taking your notes. Take the time, I hope. Mr. Speaker, I hope the time is being recorded. I hope.
You are taking up his time.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is referring to a colleague that was in SS1 while he was a deputy. At the time he was deputy egg boy, I had been egg boy of my school and president. So you should be careful of what you try to do. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know the school he went to. But myself and the honorable I went to the same school. And while I was deputy head boy,
Mr. Speaker, I also want you to note I came here in 2012.
Mr. Speaker, honorable member. Mr. Speaker,
So it's an admission that you are both correct.
So I am more correct.
You are both correct. He referred you to your school days, and you referred him to your life here. Fine, you are both correct. Carry on.
Mr. Speaker, honorable member. Let me take you to section 25 of the same act, the National Civil Registration Authority Act. It says, notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding anything contained in any other law relating to data protection, the Director General shall provide information in relation to birth, adoption, death, marriages, divorces, or nullities registered under this act to A. The minister responsible for defense for the purpose of administration of the defense of the Republic of Sierra Leone Armed Forces. B. To the National Electoral Commission for the purpose of getting an updated register of voters for the conduct of public election and referendum. For the purpose of getting an updated register of voters for the conduct of public election and referendum. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me go to section 27 of the same act. Mr. Speaker, section 27 of the same act. Why am I painstakingly taking all the time to read all of this provision? Is to confirm that section 31 is not in any way being violated by the inclusion of NIN. It is established and it is a legal instrument that has given the Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone the authority. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, section 27 said the authority shall, pursuant to this act, be responsible for the continuous, permanent, and compulsory recording of the occurrence and characteristics of vital events, including birth, death, marriages, nullities, adoption, registration, etc. Mr. Speaker, if you go to section 37,
They are referring to the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, if you go to section 37, it says the authority shall, for the registration of individuals in Sierra Leone and as a source of personal data, establish and maintain an electronic registration system to be known as Integrated National Civil Registration System. Section 2. The Integrated National Civil Registration System shall have the following functions. I will take it to paragraph C. Can you please listen? Keep the unique administrative identifier for individuals specified in the Act, including the national identification number. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the essence for which the National Civil Registration was established is to ensure that the threshold for justifying citizenship in Sierra Leone is progressive and it is sustained. So the inclusion of NIN number as a requirement in the voter register is by no means abrogating or undermining the three specific provisions under section 31. Because if you go to the Public Elections Act, if you go to section 13, you will see a list of other requirements that were included. And those requirements are not in section 31 of the Constitution. But because section 33 of the Constitution gives them the mandate to bring out statutory instruments for registration of citizens, Mr. Speaker, it is but fitting that the inclusion of national identification number that is established under an act of parliament. The act is the creature of the constitution. It's included as a means to justify the validity of every citizen that is included in the voter register. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there is talk about violence and cancellation of results because of violence in 1986. This is a progressive nation, Mr. Speaker. Nobody in the United States anticipated January 6.
January 6.
Nobody in the United States anticipated January 6. Mr. Leader, if you have forgotten, January 6 was the day Donald Trump rallied his people to invade the Capitol. Nobody anticipated, and it was because of January 6. Today, they have a Senate committee that is considering.
I want to appeal to my colleague. I should not say that was the day Donald Trump. It has not been proved. And this is very diplomatic. It is not being done to refer in the parliament of their day when the Congress as a joint committee investigating this point for us to say definitively that Donald Trump overnight.
What about supporters of Donald Trump?
Elect Donald Trump.
Maybe the use of Donald Trump I can take.
Yes.
But I think it is widely believed that the people who invaded the Congress on that day were his supporters.
It has
not been proven. It is bad. This is parliament. This is parliament. Okay. It has not been proven.
They were self-confessed supporters. They were self-confessed supporters. No, the inquiry is different. It's for a certain purpose. Directed at a certain purpose. Yes.
I'll just advise him that if that's what you believe in, let him give you. That is your belief.
It's not my belief, it's the facts he's talking about.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think you are able to have the other part here. All right, Mr. Speaker, I want to
It's something that you don't confess to. And Mr. Speaker, on this,
Mr. Speaker,
of the time given to Honorable Mutawa and said you will Trump supporters.
When you took the floor, you were fully protected.
Trump.
When you were debating, you were fully protected.
yes, sir.
The other side maintained decorum. The other side maintained decorum. And if I were to issue a medal, I would certainly issue it to my right side. Carry on, please.
Will not be surprised.
Have you ever been surprised?
No, you never did this way.
Have you ever been surprised?
You never did
It's not
this way.
you. It's not you.
The honorable member who got up and started to shout, I was walking away. In part of those who get together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable member. You see, this parliament and the government that we represent on this side, we are mindful of lawful processes. And we don't want to enter into a situation where the deed has been done and we want to correct it. The honorable member on the other side spoke of cancellation of results. Results were cancelled in 2007, 277 stations. They were cancelled for what reason? 477 police stations, thank you. They were cancelled for what reason? Under what law? No law. No law. In 2012, while counting was ongoing, somebody was even laughing on the television while she was declaring the result. She had to cover her face that if anybody had something contentious, that person should go to this. But in this government, because we have seen civilized nation, we have seen people in civilized nations do things that we don't expect of them. We also anticipate that people that we work with, people that we stay with, people that are around us are also capable of doing things that we don't expect. That is why we want to ensure that in clause 86(1) we maintain the phrase which significantly disrupts the election. It's not violence alone. Violence is part of an electionary process. We have to accept it.
No, it should not be.
Mr. Speaker, I'm saying
No. The law eschews violence. The law eschews violence. The law of the Constitution and every law that I know does not encourage violence. So don't say that.
Mr. Speaker, Aristotle says, he said the human nature by itself is conflicting. So conflict is part of human nature, but the extent of the conflict is what we are preventing now. It is not the conflict, it is the extent, Mr. Speaker. So when I say violence is part of the body of the election, I'm not saying violence should form the beginning and the end of the elections up to counting. No, I am saying the anticipation by this government that the body of a human being itself is conflict. That is why we are saying significantly disrupts the election. I don't see any reason why our colleagues, our friends should be GT.
Well, that may be the language of philosophers. But for the language of the law eschews violence.
I take it, Mr. Speaker. So I don't see any reason why cancellation for violence should create and send shock in the spine of any civilized Sierra Leonean that means well for this country. If I mean well for this country, you can't see my result because of violence. So be it. So it means I am not going to raise dogs to attack any police station. It means I am not going to raise a surrogate army to protect me while I'm going on canvassing. It means I should not send or pass on messages that are violent. Mr. Speaker, we have to understand this. That the laws of this country should protect every Sierra Leonean. It should not be cherry picking. I see people today that benefited from an illegal action. They are fighting to prevent legality that will prevent any unforeseen circumstance that will disrupt the process. The inclusion of this section is so timely, and I want to say thank you to the Attorney General and thank you to ESL for thinking ahead of time as a progressive commission and as a progressive nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me also say this, that the trumpeting of the word PR is being so wide. This morning I had somebody I consider a very reputable lawyer spoke on PR and spoke on NIN without reading other legislation. There is no contest, like you said in your presentation on Tuesday, as to whether or not proportional representation is in contest, is in contention. No. Because already this parliament, whether it's the first, the second, the third, the fourth, and this fifth parliament, the activities of parliament is parliament. This parliament has enacted a law, and that law is an amendment to section 38. And the amendment to section 38A is conditioned on some factors. So I see no reason why we make it a news that, oh, the president wants to introduce PR. Nobody is introducing PR. PR is already part of our politics. Mr. Speaker, let the public understand this, and I'm going to say it again. Nobody is introducing two things. Nobody is introducing NIN. NIN is legal, and NIN is just an identifier for a citizen of this country. That is why, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, too, nobody is introducing PR. PR is part of the constitutional body of CIO. So for me, I would say, before taking my seat, Mr. Speaker, that we have a good law before us, and we have to ensure that we obtain our responsibility under Section 44. And in this constitution as well, it says in Section 74(1) or 2 that 74(1), yes, that one member of parliament for each district. So for me, I would want to end, Mr. Speaker, by talking for my women. Mr. Speaker, it is known in this house and outside this house that I will renown leadership. And it is high time. It is high time to stop paying lip service to women. Mr. Speaker, it is high time to stop paying lip service to women. Women are the cornerstone of everything a man does. If a man is successful, they say behind every successful man, there is a strong woman. And if men are not GT, why should we be afraid of strong women? I am not afraid of any man. But I believe they have suffered historical injustice in this country. Historical injustice. And that historical injustice still continues and is continued in the region that I came from, in the north. To date, I am from Gambia, my father is from Gambia. Northern connection is paternal, and my father is from Tribalism. So it is no secret, everybody in this world knows that I'm in the map. Everybody. But I'm not ashamed to be a Niba man. And I'm not ashamed to be a Niba man in the SLPP that is striving to succeed. I represent Mr. Speaker, if I can digress a little, I represent the second Niba man that has held the highest office in the SLPP. Currently, a Niba man from Toko Niba, born in Western area. I am Deputy Regional Chairman. What is that saying? That is saying this is a party that believes in everybody. That is speaking volume. We have seen a lot. And at my age, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you at my age, there are people today that are twice older than me and are looking to become district chairman. And at my age, I am deputy regional chairman.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the only members should know that we have people here who are not members of their party. We have Honorable I am a member. We seek the highest and not in the church of Mr. Party. All of us are not members. All of us are not members. I am not saying yes, now. Yours is the second, the highest. Ours is the highest. All of us are not members. And Mr. Speaker, you should not forget that. You should not forget that it is the general of the emergency. It's younger than you. You should not forget that the district secretary general of the organization is younger than you.
Mr. Speaker, what the Honorable was saying, the fact that he's a back as a deputy regional chairman, there is no woman in that like you are talking about.
Honorable Emasimo. Yes. Honorable Emasimo. Honorable Choka. Honorable Choka. Where are they from? Choka. Honorable Majo Beata.
Mr. Speaker, honorable member,
You are talking about entry.
Yes. Living in our leadership. We have chairman, we have chairman who are from.
All right. Let's allow him now to continue.
Mr. Speaker, honorable member, you know, I see joy in people wanting to move to the top through a system that they do not believe in. A few days ago, if my memory could serve me right, they would have said that my colleagues in the western areas who were born into this parliament because of the decisions of the court were members of parliament from the quarters. But I see them celebrating the outcome of the court decision making them executive members.
With that honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I would want to encourage this house. To consider seriously the provisions in section 55 and the provisions in section 59, so that we can empower our women, so that our women can be part of this house and they can get every representation, dialogue, all these things. Thank you.
Hey, butu.
I thank the honorable member for his I give the floor to the acting leader of the NGC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, Mario has taken the floor. He has taken the floor. I want to start by taking the floor from Mr. Speaker. Honorable Mario, I want to start. Honorable, you continue there. I want to start. Honorable, you have contributed to the debate. You have. I'm not. You should be careful.
I don't have him on 9 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to start.
No, I want the confirmation from you. I don't have you.
Mr. Speaker,
They asked to see. He spoke during the debate on the constitutional instrument, not on it. And I don't have him on that. So you have to.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to start by first of all congratulating our NEC Commissioner, Mr. Kone, ECSL Commissioner, Mr. Kone, whom I admire. We want to remember, honorable members, that we are not against his election in this parliament, and he has proved us right. I did not see him in Samu for the by-election. I did not see him in Guatemala for the by-election. That is an indication that he knows where he should be when there is an ordinary by-election. That means he is doing his work correctly. This document we are debating is for elections, and this primarily concerns him. For Mr. Speaker, we should not create a dictator. That is why we should all come together to make these documents help him in his job, not to make him destroy himself. Because if we give him too much powers, it will not be good for him, neither for him nor for this country. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure this is a bad document. We at the NDC have parts of this document that we strongly support. But first of all, let us start by talking about things we do not favor. And that we start with the register of voters. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, recently, for the change of currency in room 1, I said there is no need for us to confuse our people. If our people are used to the old leon, why do we bring a new leon that has no economic value? That was an example of what is happening now. Mr. Speaker, our people are used to being registered without even presenting documents. In fact, part of that is because the stakeholders are always around. The town chief, the village headman, they are there to identify people. That alone, if we are representing this country and the people believe us, why don't we believe the people who are heading the villages? To say you have to produce a national identification number is dangerous, Mr. Speaker. Now let me tell you, people in the future may still present documents and these documents can be rejected. A live example is what happened a few days ago when people had access to parliament and they were refused entry. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say here is, we should not create situations that will make it difficult for citizens.
No, it's better you skip it. It's even better.
We should not make it difficult for citizens to live peacefully in this country. Now,
Mr. Speaker, please.
I want to
Mr. Speaker, where's your brother? Please, Honorable Kuyo, take your seat. Please, take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable Kuyo.
If there was no problem in the past, we where people were being registered, why do we want to introduce an obstacle that will disenfranchise some of our citizens? Mr. Speaker, let's do away with this name. It's not good for this country. In fact, it is a disgrace, Mr. Speaker. For several years now, this country does not have a national identity card.
Allahu Akbar.
And even when it was introduced years back, people could not access the national identity card. So if the government is not capable of providing the citizens with ID cards, why do we want to bring things like this? So let us wait until we reach the stage where we can provide the people with what they need to be citizens in this country. We still come to registration, Mr. Speaker. We at the NDC, we are very happy with clause 15 to C, where they say the electoral commissioner may from time to time for the proper execution of his duties have places outside Sierra Leone for the purposes of registration, voting, or transfer of the votes of such voters, as may be specified in Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, if you need glasses,
I have read exactly what is here. Transfer of votes. Okay. Now, what I want to say here is, we are happy, and in fact, we want this to be exhibited. We want Sierra Leoneans to be registered outside Sierra Leone and for them to be able to vote. Mr. Speaker, why we like this is most Sierra Leoneans in the diaspora, they are contributing towards the development of Sierra Leone, or they are disenfranchised. Apart from that, those who are far away from us, you have people who live in constituencies like around Go side, around Pamela. These people are strongly affected. The local people are not exactly deciding the fate of their own people. You have people coming from Guinea to register in Pamela, Balamia, and so on. While people are coming from Liberia to register here in Sierra Leone. Those also coming from Guinea to register around how do you call that? Kwandu and so on. Yenga, all those areas. They come in, they register, and they sort of lead the people who are there, the local people. They come, they are corrupted, some of them are corrupted, some of them are what they are brought by people to vote, and they do not give the local people the chance to elect people they want. Mr. Speaker, let us hasten to have Sierra Leoneans to register outside Sierra Leone and to vote there. But let us not transfer votes. This is my point. The transfer of votes is dangerous. It's dangerous. I remember in our day, when most of the parliamentarians here were very young. Okay? I remember the days of the APC. The APC in those days, when they were transporting ballot boxes to other areas. Mr. Speaker, let us not go back to those days. Let us not transfer votes. Mr. Speaker,
we have responsible registered political parties in the house, and I believe because of those malpractices cause us to try to do illegal transfer of votes. That's the proposal before us. So we don't want our colleague on the other side debating. One, we are not small boys, they are not small boys, and we cannot talk about, in those days you don't know the rules that are responsible to transfer votes from one environment to another environment. They are now we are referring to it that this proposal in front of us. It's not like taking a ballot box from one point to another. It is a legal means of transfer, a registration from one voting polling center or a polling station to another. So that is the question I just want to make. Because we want people to know that we have responsible political parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Mr. Speaker, I just want to buttress the statement of the leader to remind the honorable member that under the new form of elections, votes are counted, declared, and posted in the stations. Boxes are not removed. I'm sure it's talking about the pre-colonial.
The place of hiding
Correct your history.
Can you please attest to that?
you.
I can attest to the fact that it also happened post independence. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Post
I wanted to thank
independence.
you, but I now thank you because you have supported exactly what I said. Now, Mr. Speaker,
Ancient times,
we come to
pre-colonial. Ancient times. Who was in the bar then? Your people.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members. 55C. We take 55C. The reserve 6. We are very happy. We are always happy at the NDC when there is woman empowerment. We are not against women. In fact, we want the women to come up. Mr. Speaker, on the side, this is off record. I am working for an international organization which has 70% leadership women in Marseille and Paris. Right? So I know how easy it is for people to work with women. I know how women work with others. So I really support women. The only problem I have with this is which can be settled amongst us when we come to committee stages and so on and so forth. I have a problem. I have a problem with sincerity. Because when we say we reserve 6, who is going to do it? How are they going to do it? These are the modalities we should be looking at, not what is happening. Okay? That is why, in fact, I want to believe that this is jumping the gun. Because there is already a gender bill that's going around. Alright?
Constitution.
I mean, this side should have waited for that bill. So I think that bill covers more than what we have here. Mr. Speaker, we come to the.
It also not all discipline.
We come to 57. The one-member constituency or the district block system. Mr. Speaker, we are not against this at the NDC. In fact, our only problem with this is the fact that when we look at it, the calculations that are already there is the tendency to push out smaller political parties. If that is not the intention, then we are not against it, Mr. Speaker. We are not against it. Because we know at the NDC that if we had the district block system in 2018, we would have had more than 4 members here today. So we are not against it at all. We are not against it. We're going to try, we're going to work to make sure that this is the country. But then, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, if this thing goes through, the Sierra Leone is going to step behind. It was used in 2001. It was used in 2001. It was quite. You understood very well. Again, no one can say the fact that the constituencies were not well defined. The limitations were not quite correct because of the war. A lack of access to certain areas after the war. Now, after that, we went to the one-member constituency. If we have to go back to the block system, we have to think of the threshold, Mr. Speaker. The threshold, I mean, let's be honest to ourselves. When it was done in 2001, we all know the threshold was about 5%, something like that. 5%. So, if we have to go back to that, let us think of the precedent. And let us note, Mr. Speaker, that it was not done with an evil intention. It was not done with any evil intention.
You're not going there.
It was done to make sure that people were proportionally represented. And if that is the case, please let us think of the threshold. I am sure we'll come to this later within because of the evolution of this bill. Mr. Speaker, honorary members of Parliament, I want to thank the government minister, the Attorney General, for bringing this bill before us. But then I want to plead with the government to make sure that we do not disenfranchise our people. I mean, to say that we do not have constituencies cannot be understood at this particular time. I know where the argument goes. But if we have to come to this, then let us seriously think of the threshold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the new member for your contribution to the debate. It's about time I hear the people's voice. It's time for a female voice in the house. If you are not female, sit down.
I don't know if you are this old and
I give the floor to the honorable member from McKinney.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say a very big thank you to the Attorney General and Minister of Justice for piloting the Public Elections Act of 2022. Mr. Speaker, I want to have corrections for the House, for the edification of the House. My brother from Lumley read from the NCRA Act all the articles involving the NIN, but I did not hear, maybe you heard him, I did not hear him say that these particular sections connect the NIN to NEC, and there is a criteria that is connected to section 31 of the Constitution of Serbia. Because, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of law making.
Mr. Speaker, wait for that.
We are making laws.
Mr. Speaker, wait for that. The second section I read, section 25.
Can you please read for the edification of the house?
Section 25, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. Say, notwithstanding anything contained in any other law relating to data protection, the Director General shall provide information in relation to birth, adoption, death, marriages, divorce, or nullities registered under this Act. So, the National Electoral Commission, for the purpose of getting an updated register of voters for the conduct of public election and referendum.
Mr. Speaker, what amending section 31? What amending section 31? Mr. Speaker, nothing amend section 31. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of making law. Section 31 is crystal clear. For the edification of this house, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, it says every citizen of Sierra Leone, being 18 years of age and above, and of sound mind, shall is a sacrosanct thing. You are one of the best English people we have. When you say shall, it's sacrosanct. Shall have the right to vote, and accordingly shall be entitled to be registered as a voter for the purposes of public elections and referenda. So let my brother tell me where this particular section has been amended or was amended by the relevant sections of the NCRA Act. It has never been amended. It has never been amended. And so for that reason, it is misleading, Mr. Speaker. It is very misleading. Because if you relate, thank you very much. So for the understanding of the people, we still have section 31, which gives us rights, citizens of Sierra Leone, age 18 and above, to register with no query, with no NIN query. There are limitations and there are all what they want is your age, your capability, your sound mind, and what it takes for you to be registered. And Mr. Speaker, the Public Elections Act makes it very clear that NEC has their own business to register citizens for elections. So, not let us go by that. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Leader. The law is the law always. Mr. Speaker, I want to move to clause 81. Mr. Speaker, since the inception of this bill into this House, I was having a problem with clause 81. During the pre-legislative meeting at room number 1, I raised some of the issues that I have in clause 81. And I sincerely asked the legal luminary of the NCR of NEC and the Attorney General to make me understand or the House understand. On 1, let me read with your leave, Mr. Speaker. Clause 81 says, except with the consent, I underline consent. I have a very big problem with the word with consent. I have it. Consent of the district returning officer, a person with other than the counting officer, counting assistant, pulling staff, counting agents, and observers shall, I have a problem again, not be present at the counting of voters. I want them to make me understand very well. And the other thing again, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the table of content, to the table of where they define most of what we are looking into, I reminded them in interpretation sections that definition of these terms were not in this particular bill. And I don't know for why. For me, I want them to be in. 1, pulling staff is not defined. Counting officer is not defined. Assistant counting of agents is not defined. And party agents, I told them crystal clear that being a political party person, this time down, if it was a mistake in the 2012 Act, let us make it clear here now that we define who is a party agent, his or her role or her duties for the benefit of Sierra Leoneans. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, for me, I want to ask this question. What are we repealing? Are we repealing the 2012 Elections Act, or we are amending the 2012 Elections Act? Because, Mr. Speaker, if you peruse the 2012 Elections Act, it tells you very clear that there is little to repeal. For me, it's my opinion. I was thinking that we do what we've done into the Sexual Offences Act of 2019 as amended. We look into certain sections, come to this House, we amend. Instead of us repealing, just 10%, that's what we are repealing. And the 90% still remain the same. So the Act is still the Act. So why repealing the Act? Why can't we just amend the Act? It's 30 to 10%. If you sit down in your quiet and sound mind and look into what we are repealing, it's not up to 10%. So why repealing the Act that we think it's of sound mind, it's of working order, and it's of good content? I was thinking we did something like amending the Sexual Offences Act of 2012. We amended certain sections, and we, for the education of the public, we said the Sexual Offences Act as amended of 2019. That's my opinion. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, issues of women. Before I peruse sections 59, 55, I have a problem in clause 13, sub-clause C. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, let me read. Notwithstanding any contained in this act, the Electoral Commission may modify. I have a problem with the word modify. The format, content, and design of the register of voters for the effective performance of its functions. What are they modifying? I want them to tell the public or to tell us here. What are they modifying? For me, I was thinking that modify should be deleted. That's what I think. It's my opinion, and I still believe on that one. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me now peruse the trumpeted clause 55. Mr. Speaker, I am the chair for Gender and Children's Affairs in this House of Parliament, and we have a sound bill. We have Women Empowerment Bill. We have the Gender Women Empowerment Bill of 2021 in this House. And Mr. Speaker, this bill have gone through the first reading. It has been sent to the dustbin or to whatever place, I don't know. It is now 7 to 8 months. We haven't heard about the bill concerning women. And Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden, I saw...
No, I think that needs to be corrected.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I don't think it is correct to say that bill has been sent to the dustbin. That bill is very much alive and will be coming back to this well before too long.
Mr. Speaker, I am so very much happy.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, madam, I don't want to. The bill is still with us. We asked for a series of consultations. And as Mr. Speaker, we asked us to do exhaustive consultation. One of the bone of contentions we have in the bill, and which they are contesting now, is that part 2 of the bill, talking about district block representation system. Is there? So it's in the bill. So you see the reason why we decided to have exhaustive consultations. So the bill is still with us. The things that we are still contesting is in your bill you are talking about. It's the agenda bill. I just want to bring the House to speed on that. The bill is still.
Thank you very much for the clarification, Mr. Leader. Maybe it's another version that is submitted to you. But on what I have, I notice it's what I have said. It's another version submitted to you. Being the chair, I have the first version that was read here for the first time. Nothing like district block was inside there. I can challenge you here. I can challenge you on that, and I have my evidences, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, let me go on with 55. Mr. Speaker, if the bill is here, why can't we have our bill? Here is our bill. Instead of us being catch like catchers, Mr. Speaker, we are not catchers. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, language, the person can't corner. You cannot put us in a very small corner. SO2, sorry. We are 52% of Sierra Leone population. We should be recognized if this nation is a very serious nation. And Mr. Speaker, remember that we have the ground law. The Constitution is there watching. And if the Constitution is watching, we have to be specific, we have to be clear, we have to be very, very open to the public that we are ready to give women what they deserve. But you cannot give us, in fact, see the last day of clause 55, which read reserve seats, members of parliament counting for. We don't want it, Mr. Speaker. We want our bill. Give us what we ask for. Give us what is safe for us. We don't want a PR bill that is not safe, Mr. Speaker. Women of Sierra Leone don't want to be catchers. We want our bill that at the end of the day, it will stand the test of time. We want a bill that will stand the test of time. We don't want a bill that is not sacrosanct, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the PR is optional, Mr. Speaker. In the Constitution, the PR is optional. And so, for that reason, you cannot give us an option. We want something that is real. We are not optional. We are real women. We are sexy, funky, and so, for that reason, give us what we need. Don't catch us. If it's time to catch us, it looks like we are not serious. And so, for that reason, we don't want anything that will not stand the test of time in Israel. Mr. Speaker, let me ask you a question. Don't you think, with all what they've catch in this section,
Order. Mr. Speaker, point of order. Order. I'm really sorry to you. But I don't like us to demean our women. They ask for 30% and they really say nothing less than 30%. That's the minimum you can give to them. Plus 55. That's clear and shine. So we are not dealing them by proposing. It's a proposal. It's not less than 30%. You can hold on, please. We are talking about elected office. So if you want to address issues that have to do with elected office, you address it with the appropriate office and institution. And the appropriate institution is next. It's next. We do not demean our wives or women of this house. We respect them, so not less than. That's the minimum. They can get 80% as they wish. Thank you.
Mr. Leader, thank you very much for that. But please give us our bill. Mr. Speaker, let me ask you a question. I still have the question in my mind. Mr. Speaker, now you are proposing a 30% for women into a PR bill. Let's say 2023, it's very close to the corner. It's a PR bill, my brother. My dear, I read English. I can understand the semantics and syntax of what is in this bill. I read English. I am very literate, Mr. Speaker. I am not a cookie seller, Mr. Speaker. I went to the St. Joseph's Secondary School. I went to the St. Joseph's Secondary School. So I have never been a trader. I went to school. Mr. Speaker, to the point. 2023 is close to the corner.
The baby sister.
All our, yes, she's my baby sister. We have been sponsored by moral guarantors, by any parliament as female members representing our women out there. We have been sponsored to encourage women at every level to participate. So these are the Christians are the ones who are representing. These are the Christians who want to encourage into even councils to participate at different levels. So please let us not demean them. That is just what I want to say. Mr. Speaker, the question I have for you, Mr. Speaker, is 2023 to 24 after the elections. This government wants to lose elections. Mr. Speaker, don't you think in your common sense? Don't you think in your common sense, the person that will be the winner of the elections will change his or her mind up to the PR? And at that moment, the women are nowhere. We've been left in a position of a pendulum. Don't you think so?
If I were you also of the bill, I will answer your question, but I haven't.
Thank you. The author of the bill will answer. There are some journalists here. He will answer. And Mr. Speaker, this particular clauses caters for parliamentarians only. If you read 55, 59, it only talks about parliamentarians. And Mr. Speaker, what about the local councils? Mr. Speaker, we are few in this parliament, 132 elected members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, if you check the 22 councils, they are more than us. And this particular bill did not cater for them. So, the bill only caters for parliamentarians. The bill only caters for parliamentarians within the ministry, departments, and agencies. Where are the commissions? What about the commissions? What about the boards? What about the embassies? What about all other sectors in Sierra Leone? So, Mr. Speaker, in my view and in my opinion, as a woman, I am saying that we are against these particular clauses because, one, they are unsafe for us as women, they are not fixed for women, they are not sacrosanct for women, and for that reason, we want our bill so that at the end of the day, the needful will be done into our bill, the constitution will be looked into for our bill. You are a lawyer of a long-standing record. You know what is in the constitution concerning discrimination that I will not touch. You know it. And so, bills like this matter will not stand the test of time. Any Sierra Leonean contest this bill in the Supreme Court of Law and it will be remain null and void. So on that vein, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the women's gender empowerment and women's bill of 2021 be brought back to this bill, this house, for the second reading and passed into law for the benefit of people.
Mr. Speaker, please.
I give the floor to the C4C member from Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to shift my debate in the area of the election offences. Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that I'm coming from the upland, meaning representing our people here really matters for us. We have seen very beautiful laws and very challenging laws from 2002 to 2018 and 2018 to 2022. I think we are in this way, we are learning and we are making good laws. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I just want to reference the Local Government Act of 2004, the policy of 2008, and also the collapse of the local government institution during the 70s. It was a demonstration
that whenever policies or acts are not aligned with the Constitution, they are always challenged. For that reason, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this government was looking into the Local Government Act, review and the policy, and the 5 thematic areas that were under consideration. One was the legal aspect. Mr. Speaker, do I have your attention, sir? The legal aspect was a challenge, the political aspect was a challenge, the financial aspect was a challenge, the administrative aspect was a challenge, and the cross-cutting issue also was a challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, for us to see clauses in this document that are aligned with the Constitution, for me, is the right thing any government can do for the sake of Sierra Leone. I agree that during committee stage, we have things we can take out. But we have very beautiful things in this document that we need to support. But Mr. Speaker, honorable members, why I want to look into the area of election or electoral offences is because there is huge fines mentioned here from 20,000 or 20 million or 20,000 now up to 100 million or 100,000. Mr. Speaker, the new money don't run a bank. If the AG and the electoral commissioner and the commission do not help us to popularize this area, I want to assure you that we will find problems with the voters. The simple reason is because it's not a secret that politicians always take challenge to use or misuse voters. And because of that reason, if we are talking about fines here for people who will vote or who will register twice, or if I want to use, maybe instead of Honorable Musa Fufana, I want to use Brahma Fufana, then it's a fine of 50 million. I just want to say, my brothers and sisters from Jama, we want to hear some of this clarification from either the AG or from maybe the Ministry of Information, because it also has to do with the executive. Parliament, we are doing ours now. The bill is our bill. But Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me that ministries, departments, and agencies have this responsibility to popularize some of these documents, because we don't only need to popularize these documents in 98.1 or AYB or SLBC. This bill will stop at us. Or in English or in Creole. It's good for us to popularize these bills in Timi, in Mende, in Konon, in Imba, in BC. The simple reason is because, as I said, there are very good things in this document, Mr. Speaker. I know when my leader will be doing the wrap-up, he will lament our concern from our political point of view.
He's a leader.
He has when my leader, I want to repeat that, Mr. Speaker, when my leader will be wrapping up, my leader will make our point very clear. But all what we are doing as individual members of parliament is just to also highlight certain critical areas that will need attention to. As I said, for me, we'll come to committee stage where we will take what we don't want and leave what we want. Say most of the people. Sorry, Honorable Laimara, please give me a chance. Mr. Speaker, I want to read with your leave page 67. Page 67. Electoral offences. 67. 67 2. 67 2. Mr. Speaker, is saying a person who issues a duplicate voter registration card to a voter on polling day or less than 14 days before polling day commits an offence and is liable on a conviction to be fined not less than 5 million leons or 5,000 now, the new money. Mr. Speaker, we have people that have been given fake electoral cards to one vote. And some of them, they take those cards because they are not well informed. They are not doing it willingly. They are doing it because they have been convinced or conscientized by politicians. You know, I don't want to quote the Bono context from 2014 to 2018, what we went through. Well, I'm a mature parliamentarian. I know what I want to concentrate on. And I came in this house because they voted for me. Nobody said me here because of the letter. And I'm C4C, Honorable Emma, I know that. I'm here, yes, I'm C4C for sure. I debate my conscience. And I debate national. Yeah? So, yeah, the point is, if we are talking about bad laws, our mayor here was overthrown. Our money was overthrown. So yeah, I want to focus on the things. I don't want to concentrate on issues that are not matter. So I want time, Mr. Speaker, I hope I'm protected. Mr. Speaker, I hope I'm protected.
Mr. Speaker, motion for order. Mr. Speaker, I want my colleagues on this very side to give peace to this MP. The people of Toronto sent him here to speak on their behalf, of this nation. It should not be disturbed. It is unacceptable, and I implore your own self to give him peace, right peace for this nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the right honorable leader, honorable Reverend Simon Sinamina. I will end because I don't want to waste your time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of women in this country is critical. I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, without any doubt, that we will continue from this side to support women. Not only to come to parliament, but to take leadership role in every ministry, department, or agency. Yeah. And Mr. Speaker, we want to advise the AG and go in line with other speakers for the women's bill. We really want to see that bill as well. The simple reason is because we want to support them. We don't want them to be marginalized as they have been marginalized long years ago. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, I want to end with a simple language. The simple language is what? The historical injustice that has been going on in this country for decades. I think this parliament is in a better position to make those changes. The simple reason is because we have over 80% young parliamentarians here across the aisle. We are very young, very determined, and we want to learn. So for that reason, we will continue to support, of course, government, good policies, and advice where necessary. On that note, on behalf of myself, my constituents, and my party, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to say thanks to you for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
I thank the honorable member. I will soon be bringing this debate to a close, but before I do, I'll take a couple of other speakers. Starting with, yes. After you, I will take the independent member.
Standing for all day long. None of us from the back.
Females. I just got it's a female.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am a bit taken aback, Mr. Speaker. I think a week or two ago, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, a week or two ago, I think I raised a preliminary objection to the debate of this bill. During which time I stated that there are several provisions contained in this bill Mr. Speaker, as I said, when this debate started, I took the preliminary objection to the continuation of the debate on the ground that there are several provisions or clauses contained in this bill that will definitely affect our national constitution to the extent that certain provisions of this constitution will be amended. So that I disagree. It is as a result of that we had the learned AG to come before us with two constitutional instruments for which we've amended. That is amending section 76(1)(b) and I think section 32 of our national constitution. But I still maintain there are at least 4 or 5 clauses in this bill that also affect our constitution, and I still want to say that therefore there are still remain the AG must come with the constitutional instrument for each of these provisions. I list them, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. We must realize that we sworn to oath of service here. We owe our duty to our national constitution. We have a duty to service, and we owe a duty to our people. You've stated categorically clear here that this constitution is the ground norm, and we will never be a party to anything that will defile or taint the sanctity of this holy book. And in supporting you, Mr. Speaker, and in helping you, and as a member of Parliament representing the people, I want to state that 1, clause 55C of the bill, with your leave, may I read? Clause 55C. No. Clause 55C. I submit that the inclusion of clause 55C in this bill will definitely seeking to amend section 74 of our national constitution. But fine, if you can respond, why wasting our time? If you will respond, why wasting our time? It's only bearing section 74 of our constitution. If you have done that, section 74. It reads,
What about No.
The side notes. The composition of parliament. That is chapter 9, hold it, the title, the heading. That is now chapter 6, the legislature, part 1, composition of parliament. Under which 74 reads, members of parliament shall comprise the following. One member of parliament for each district, who shall, subject to the provisions of this constitution, be elected in such manner as may be prescribed by or under any law from among the persons who under any law are for the time being paramount chiefs, that is PCMPs. And 2, such members of parliament as may be prescribed, who, subject to the provision of this constitution, that is B, shall be elected in such manner as may be prescribed. So there are 2 categories of members of parliament as prescribed by the constitution. So whether it is shall or not, prescribed for by the constitution. Here we are by clause 55C, inserting a clause that is seeking to add another category of membership. 55C is seeking to add another category of membership into the composition of parliament. So it is my humble view, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Therefore, I want to submit that this bill, as it is, cannot proceed again if we do not do the necessary. And I want to refer you, I want to avert your mind to section 108 of the National Constitution, as well as section 108, paragraph 9. It means 9B. It means if we are seeking to amend this constitution, we must do likewise as we did for the 2 original constitutional instruments as one. And then secondly, the clause 13(1), paragraph A, Roman figure 1 of the bill. Clause 13(1), subparagraph 1, paragraph B, Roman figure 1. And clause 16, subparagraph 1, and clause 24, subparagraph 1. All of these read together, Mr. Speaker, will definitely seek to amend section 31 of the Constitution. Meaning, this is the second or another point that we must not proceed with the debate of this bill until and unless. That's my point.
Yes.
We did that for section 32, section 33, and then section 76 1B. So what's wrong? What's wrong is doing likewise, which is procedurally correct, Mr. Speaker? What does section 30, clause 13 say? It's only Mary. Clause 13. Clause 13. Side note, register of voters. 13(1). There shall be a national register of voters to be known as the register of voters, which shall contain, it says shall, making it mandatory. Making it mandatory. A. The names and particulars of persons who are entitled to vote in public elections and referenda, including their Roman figure 1, national identification number. Then, this is inconsistent, is in contravention, is not in line with section 31 of our national constitution. We are not saying this parliament does not have the power to amend the constitution. We are not saying that if the needs arise, we wouldn't do it. All you're saying, since that provision seek to alter or amend the section, there must be a constitutional instrument seeking 2/3 of this parliament. Meaning the discussion of NIM is a non-starter, Mr. Speaker. It must not be discussed in this order. We are attempting to commit treason, Mr. Speaker. We must not even discuss NIM so far as section 31 is concerned. That's secondly. And then thirdly, in addition to that point, I had the Honorable from Lumley making heavy weather of section 25 and section 15 of the NCIR 2016. Interestingly, what he read, I would have loved that is before us. There are nothing contained in those two sections. Nothing contained in those two sections that is saying what they are doing is in line with what they seek to do in clause 13(1)(a) paragraph, subparagraph, Roman figure 1. It is simply saying, section 25 is simply saying, you are required to do this, after which you supply the information to NEC. Do XYZ, upon completion of XYZ, you submit or compile the information and submit to NEC. So what bearing does that have to this clause? It is unfortunate that it is misleading the public, Mr. Speaker. And then thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I refer you again to clause 56A and B of the bill. Clause 56A and B of the bill. With your leave. I have my own copy. I have done all the editing and all the citations. That is why I'm not making reference to their copies. I have my papers. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, section 56, section 56 reads, it says, the date for the general election of members of parliament, other than paramount chief members of parliament, shall be on the Saturday of November. This is seeking to prescribe a fixed date. Correct? It should not be contentious. But there are provisions contained in these constitutions stipulating when and how parliamentary elections are to be conducted. There are stipulations in this constitution, for goodness sake. So, yes, it is good to have a date fixed for elections, whether for presidential or parliamentary. But it is not proper to seek to be amending the constitution SO2 by serviceman way.
Expose them.
It's not serviceman way, Mr. Speaker. Let me refer you clearly section 42 and 43. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, section 42 and section 43 of our constitution also make provisions as to when presidential elections are to be conducted. It is either 4 months before the end of his term or within 3 months after the expiration of his term. There are fixed periods as contained in this constitution. We now agree, or we not be advanced to the fixed date in November. But if you intend to come with a fixed date in November, and they are fully well aware there are provisions contained in this, why can't you come with constitutional instruments? So I'm also saying that these provisions seeking to have a fixed date for elections in November, it's also inconsistent and not in line with the Constitution of Sierra Leone. And so if you seek to amend, we must not debate that here until we have a constitutional instrument. We must not. And I keep referring you to section 108, subparagraph 9. We must have a tutor. So if they are in this bill, they are maintained in this bill, I want to submit humbly that this bill must be passed with a 2/3. Yes, of course, that's my view. If yes, of course, there are several provisions contained in this bill that will amend the constitution.
Mr. Speaker, I know there is a ruling, but this is important. Mr. Speaker, for the edification of the public, there is nothing in this bill that suggests that there has to be a 2/3 majority for it to be passed. We must make that one abundantly clear. There is nothing in the public election bill to say for it to be passed into law, there has to be a 2/3 majority. I have said in this word, we are not altering, neither are we amending the Constitution. We are not altering, neither are we amending. So if my colleague is introducing another definition as per amendment or alteration, let him create his own dictionary. There is nothing to say in the bill that we are amending or altering. So for the edification of the public, for the passage of this bill, it does not require a 2/3 majority.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Senior.
I think we have to be.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for acknowledging that.
We have
Senior.
honorable members.
In terms of years of standing, not in terms of substance and quality. Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Honorable members, I think we have to be consistent. If we agree, as I'm sure we all have, that we cannot amend the Constitution by subterfuge or by any indirect means, then if there is any provision in the bill that ought not to be there, but rather should form part and parcel of the Constitution, then we shall do so in the proper manner. In the same way that we've already amended 32 and 72. So don't give the impression to the public or to the House that there is an alternative. There is no alternative. There is absolutely no alternative, not under my watch. You have to come here with an instrument, constitutional instrument, to amend the Constitution. No other way. No other way. Otherwise, you are contradicting 108. 108 wasn't put there out of fancy. It was deliberately crafted to ensure that there is constitutionalism in our body politic, and there is respect for it. So you may continue and try to wind up. I've been watching the clock.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me take a cue from you that I want to substantiate at least that there are provision, because I'm not sitting here, I'm not here to give the impression that, well, what Honorable Giwa is saying, that they are not seeking to amend. I want to prove to you that clearly.
Forget about what Honorable.
Thank you. Then the issue of the PI as contained in this bill, the most trumpeted issue across the country, Mr. Speaker. I have had series of write-ups, I've seen series of write-ups and had series of arguments that in fact there has been an amendment to our constitution courtesy of section 38(1) in 2001. But what I have seen in this bill, Mr. Speaker, what they are seeking to do with that amendment in this bill is totally different from the spirit and intention behind that amendment. Clearly, let me read for you the amendment. They have no leg to stand on, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is clear. Before the amendment,
Which one?
the section 38A in our constitution.
I'm quite familiar with it. If
Fine.
you want to read it from again.
No, okay. For the benefit of the public, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
For the benefit of the public. Section 38A reads, with your leave, for the edification of the public. Where under any law for the time being in force, a date for a general election of members of parliament has been appointed. That's the first limb of this law. That's the first limb. Where under any law in force for the time being, a date for a general election of members of parliament has been appointed. And as we speak, already a date for the elections of members of parliament has been appointed. First ambit. And then secondly, but constituencies have not been established in accordance with subsection 3 of section 38 for the purpose of such election. As we speak and as we stand, there are existing constituencies. As we speak and as we stand, there are existing constituencies. And then, in tandem with this, I refer you to section 38 subparagraph 4. That is the subsection that deals specifically about the revision of boundaries and constituencies. That is section 38, subsection 4. The Electoral Commission shall review the division of CIO into constituencies at intervals of not less than 5 or not more than 7 years, and may alter the constituencies in accordance with the provision of this section to such extent as it may consider desirable. Now we had boundary delimitations in 2017. This is 2022, Mr. Speaker. Again, this is very important. Already, these constituencies are in existence and are still valid until 2024. And are still valid until 2024. That's one point. And then the second point, the way it is couched in the bill, it says, section 57, section 57 of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague is giving the wrong information to the public. The wrong information, and we are here, we are members of parliament. The provision we have read, the amendment, they are giving not to the public the word for the purpose of such election, purpose of quick election. Secondly, we give
Mr. Speaker, I think that we have been too much tolerant
without needing the
Mr. Speaker, we are making law. Mr. Speaker, we have been too tolerant.
I am on a who is not for you to tell me who is being tolerant or not. If you permit me to make my point, you always jump up to make your point without me interrupting. Mr. Speaker, we are here in Parliament. We read provisions without completing them. My colleague cannot read the provision without even going to the proviso. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is, my colleague is saying that constituencies are in existence.
That is not the point of order.
Holy senior.
Is it for you to tell me what is the point?
You know your SOS
is not for you.
You know your SOS.
It is not for you. I am standing on SO34. And you are not standing on anything.
Is standing on no point of order.
I stand on SO34. I stand on SO34. You know I know my SOs. Mr. Speaker, my point of order is my colleague is making reference to the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and in an incomplete manner. You are making reference to the Constitution in an incomplete manner. The section you read has a proviso.
Secondly, Mr. Speaker, ignoring that what he's saying.
But time wind up. I want you twice.
No problem. Mr. Speaker, the way it is couched in the bill, which says, clause 57, a general election of members of parliament, other than paramount chief, members of panel shall be by A. The one-member constituency system under subsection 2 of section 38A of section 38 of the Constitution, or that's the introduction of a new one. Yes. It is never in the original Constitution, nor in the amendment. It is never in the Constitution, nor in the amendment. The original Constitution, nor in the amendment. And therefore, the introduction of the word "or" is a modification, Mr. Speaker, of section 108. The introduction of the use of the word "or."
On that note,
Mr. Speaker, please, this is please right. Please, just 2 minutes. So I want to reiterate here the introduction of the use of the word "or" clearly changes the legal effect of the original amendments. The amendment was originally intended for situations where there are no constituencies for the exigency of time, and as we speak, it is not an option. It is the exception. The general rule is for elections to be conducted by constituency election, and that's the exception. Why not ignore the general rule and then make use of the exception? You have no reason.
you made more than enough.
And therefore, if you want to do that amendment, as it stands in this bill must go to a 2/3 before it can be passed. That's my point. And then finally to conclude, we all agree that vote cancellation, overvoting as a result of violence, or cancellation as a result of overvoting or violence. We've all agreed here that overvoting, first of all, is tainted with fraud and dishonesty. It's tainted with fraud and dishonesty. And so, if we all agree, over the years, both parties have experienced or suffered. All parties have suffered incidents of overvoting and cancellation. I think the powers granted to the NEP commissioner is discretionary and can be abused. The use of the word "may" should not be there. We've agreed if the vote is supposed to be 100 and there is 105, it must be a mandatory condition that it shall be cancelled and not made. Otherwise, it goes to the point when the point referred to by Honorable Dadela, it may be cancelled either in favor of my party or against another party. And the issue of the 30% quota. The issue of the 30% quota, I want to know, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the 30% quota, I refer you to clause 59(2). As far as I'm concerned, the women, this is a mere lip service. There is nothing contained in that particular clause that offers you the 30% quota. It says, every 3 MP, you have one. Which party should provide that? It is just open-ended and vague and empty. For goodness sake, when we legislate with precision and certainty, and we legislate laws that will stand the test of time. It is just to come here and
on that note,
I thank you very much. God bless you all.
I thank honorary member for his contribution to the debate. I know that there is a particular group that is jubilating that I finally recognized or I was able to speak. My next speaker will be an independent member. But before he takes the floor, I will stand the house down for 5 minutes for reasons you can well imagine.
What to do? Follow the city as parliament. Obviously, so far in the House of Parliament, the talks of election. Of course, this is the Public Elections Act 2022. A lot of talks that we said since Tuesday, this matter Public Elections Act based on the there will be a hot debate. In fact, top of the debate the PI system. And we also say, as citizens, we stay under the institution of Sierra Leone, governed by the Constitution of Sierra Leone. So in other words, we must respect the laws. We must respect the laws of this country. But some of them, I will say, will have been followed the proceedings in the House of Parliament since Tuesday. And in fact, the hot debate on the Public Elections Act 2022. And we always say, barely less than a year to get general elections, get vote, presidential, parliamentary, council, and all. In fact, the Electoral Commission not only did not pronounce the dates of elections in this country as June 24, 2023. So, a lot of debates stay around the elections since the elections next year.
All the political problems of
the Electoral Commission,
their answers, you can find them.
It can lost we during the election year itself. And at the end of the day, the green kind of parliament, can debate the possible they amend the clauses that the constitution of business. And you know, just pass law, the parliament will more especially on the hot talk about the PI system, block system, where people in the top, a lot of people on the send out some misinterpretation or some signal PI system. Remember, say the PI system already inside the constitution, 1991 constitution. They say do not get the constituency election reason constituency election. We will revert to the PI system and the block system. A lot of people say in 1996, we don't get an election the PI system because remember say we just let me talk to you, sir.
What's happening? Wait somebody.
We're not today. No, constituency. One city. Or 112, and even above. So, if you see what all gets on the TS,
In fact, the best time for make law that come to them simply it's all of it. For me, I saw the it's all of it. No.
Where
The best
the
time for make law that come to them. Because they are taking for this they are not the only come that they can community the prayer the whole other community.
After we get find out say we don't have one individual. So before then, we get the electoral chief electoral commission where the servers and then 4 other commissioners. Now because we don't get 5 region, so now that's all that is for being the chief electoral commissioner and 5 other commissioners.
And this is the reason why we don't want to
another section where they talk about the time of resignation. Until somebody say they are not in office, one for 5 be they look at you all time.
No, this one, this one you're talking about.
I'm not saying
this one you're talking about. No, this one you're talking about. They know they consider the factors of creating a electoral commission out of
when they ask whether you do something. Forgetting that already a date on the announced will get the elections next year, June 2022. So that for say,
2002 now this is
Parliament instead of the do something. That's the anticipating say in fact. No, at the end of the day, with all the arguments we can once they get salary consolidated for 1 year, go out to the election. Reason why for tomorrow, remember, the petition some parliamentarians and all people. And one of the things that
so all the match will
women petition
so when all of that, they don't get possible. If I wait for me, they will get like
a lot of contribution and a lot of things we now we speak about we ask for
standard parliament now, we can resume sitting down for 2 public elections act 2022. So the speaker called the take a seat and action.
Really? The popular.
The independent member from Kailang constituency 001.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to follow your instructions and your advices because it's not how long you talk that matters, but the most important, issues we talk about, the shorter, the better. So I'm actually going to follow and listen to your advice. Mr. Chairman.
Speaker will get bored.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to thank our commissioner for this day. Am I protected, Mr. Speaker?
You are protected as long as you speak to me. But you see, you yield to distractions.
That's right. Okay.
So you are not speaking to me when I see you turning the other way.
Mr. Anthony General, thank you very much for this bill. It is detailed, it is understandable. Yes, indeed, yeah, a lot of colleagues on this side that are against it. They have their reasons why, and they will explain themselves. So please take note. I want to start by thanking you so much for bringing something that is very, very important about on page 61, 110. A person qualifies to be elected as head of village, town, if that person is a resident of the village and has resided in the village or town for not less than 5 years. And 111 says, the head of village or town shall hold office for a period of 4 years. This is extraordinary, and I will explain to you why. You know, we have this head of town chiefs. They are there for life. And once they are there for life, we call something SO2 is member. But if you give them a period of time, you put them, meaning when there's misunderstanding between two people, when they charge you, they just leave on that money. So, when you say so, they are going to take up responsibilities to make themselves attractive, to make themselves useful in their localities. How? By making their roads, by cleaning their hometowns, by making farms, by making sure that if they don't do well, they might not be elected in the next time. So this particular idea you brought up, Mr. Attorney General, I thank you very much, and I will take this home, this particular message home for my people. Then, I don't know. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want now to talk about the most important one. Well, they are all important, but for all the women in this country, this is one thing I actually want to emphasize upon. My colleagues have spoken a lot about clauses of laws and the same thing. So, like page 3155 says, reserve seats members of parliament constituting not less than 30% in each district. Honorable members, I want to actually stand here as a woman to talk to you. That asking for 30%, I think for you, for everybody in this country, I mean, it's a shame. We need to ask for, we don't even need to, you need to give it to us without us asking you. So if we are here today debating and putting these things into black and white, it's because you are making things difficult for us. We are not here to diminish you. We are here to work hand in hand with you. We here today have made it in life. But we are talking and preparing tomorrow for those people behind the screen, so that they can have a comfortable situation, a comfortable place to work hand in hand with you and those who are replacing us tomorrow. Because the situation is becoming more and sorry. Mr. Speaker, I move that SO52 be suspended. The business of the House.
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
Next time you stand up.
So if Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
all those in favor of the motion, yeah.
Next time, let him stand up.
CBI standing. You know,
yes, all right.
you know when you two out, I'll only watch and wait for the result.
So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am here today for us to think together. We are not doing this because of us here today, but because of your wives, because of your girls, and if not because of your girlfriends. So, the women are asking for 30, the list is 30%. We are not here for the men. So, honorable members, the bill is just an advertisement, you know. We want to appease your hearts so that you can listen and understand, and let's join us here, we the women in parliament, so that we can fight for those women tomorrow. It is not much, you know, I mean, that we can ask for. If a child takes to you 3/10 from his exams, how will you feel? Now we are asking for 3/10, and you are yelling. You are making the situation difficult for us. Please, I don't want to get on my knees to beg you guys. So please, you know, help us in this country. We are just 7 million. We are supposed to be together. I am asking each and every, I know each and every gentleman in this world of parliament is willing for his or her wife to be a member of parliament tomorrow. It's not only a member of parliament, but in all spheres, as ambassadors, as ministers, I know you want it. So if you do want it, you know, do not hesitate to support us. Do not hesitate to say yes to our bill. Do not hesitate. I know. I mean, there are women. We can. But you know that we are stronger. You know we can do better. So this is why the more you have us, the better the parents. So have people like me. We are going to groom them. We are going to catch them young and book them and bring them into this parliament. So that you can see them, so that they can make the work simpler for you guys. So, honorable members, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to sit down without them hearing that tomorrow, very soon, or next week, our bill will come up. Our bill will come up. And if it does, please, let's stop quoting the law. That it is not in the law that it should be. Thailand district, where I come from, has already given us 40%. 40% female representation in this parliament. You see? So if we have 40%, you can do it also in the people of an island like that. It is very easy. This is an example. Honorable members, I am your friend. We all live together, we play and laugh. Let's give a chance to this particular bill that is coming, and let's open the eyes and the doors of the women in this country. All the 16 19 women in this well of parliament are well to do. They need parliament today, they have nothing to worry about. So therefore, if you see us standing here, advocating for them, it's because of them. These market people, we cannot just bring market people in. I mean, it depends on the education also. If you are not eloquent enough, you can't make it. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am asking you, as our he for she, so that you can talk to your men and your children to help us bring this bill to a positive ending. Honorable members, once again, the bill is on your table. The bill has been ongoing for the past months. You've heard about it. We've cooked for you. We've pampered you. We've embraced you, just for you to listen to us and pass our bill. So I think the time has come for you to remember the fufu and everything we have been preparing for you. So yes, you have to do station, because it is said, from food to great wisdom, and this is what we have been doing. And I'm sure, believe me, if you do that, Sierra Leone will no longer be the same. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I think I have begged enough. They've heard me, and I'm sure they are going to speak over it with their women tonight, and they will say what the law said, whenever the law said, it's the right thing. Women must have more than 30% in this country. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for catching my eye.
I recognize the Paramount Chief Member.
Yeah, I just want to help my sister that has just told me the time for the town chiefs and the section chiefs and the town chiefs in my chiefdom. I don't want her to take that message to them, because it will cause a great stress for me. This is for Western areas, village headmen, not the headmen. So please be guided when you go to this business. It's not for villages, not for us in the provinces, this is for Western areas. Yeah, so please don't make that mistake. Thank you. I want my sister to take this message to the chiefs to encourage the women to opt for section chiefs, village chiefs. I think that will help you. Members of parliament, I think that will help you. Yeah. So all of us are here and we are working on that. So we encourage our women to come forward if they need elections. And in parliament, where chieftains elections and not we have got our own. We've got our own laws. Chieftaincy Act, which takes care of our chieftaincy elections. The procedure to become a paramount chief. So I will not but we encourage them, we encourage our women folk to come out, to support them, give them every support. So I want our sister to please take that
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I want it to be specified in this bill because it is not. We don't have villages in Freetown. So village chiefs, we have them in the provinces. So it is not specified, so I take it as if it is for the country. So what is specified, Mr. Please, if not, it's for the country. It's made for the country. Observation, please, Mr. Speaker. Observation. With regards to what our honorable said, I believe that for us in the Western rural districts, we do have evidence of villages in our constituencies. In the Western rural districts. And we also have women who are head women in our
well, another firebrand. Okay. You don't believe say what you know the talk.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable President Davis, representing constituency 110. I want to be very thankful
No, they know it.
What's that? Session of the word or where you know
And if without the or,
you can have committee stage. There's no or.
With the low committee stage.
The all condition. That condition not there now. So they don't only way.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am honorable representing constituency 117. I want to be thankful to the Attorney General for bringing the National Electoral Bill to the House of Parliament. Let me start by addressing the PR system.
I believe all of us seated here today, we are here because our electorate have the right to vote us in as members of parliament. With the PR system, I believe it's a form of disenfranchising our supporters from interfacing with the candidates of their choice. In as much as we are here because our people voted us in, I believe the trend should continue. The PR system was somehow in coma way before 2007, 2012, downwards to 2018. I would like to ask this question. Why is it now, in 2022, that you want to erase the issue of PR system? If for any reason it worked well in 2002, I strongly believe we should continue down the line of constituency form of election. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would like to draw the attention of this House to the bill we have here before us. 36, section 86, sub 1. With your leave, I read, Mr. Speaker. A counting officer may, where violence occurs during the counting of votes in a polling station, which significantly disrupts the counting process, cancel the votes in that particular polling station. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I am a victim of this particular statement mentioned in this bill. In constituency 110, we have 21 centers. 20 of those centers were conducted peacefully. Almost 95% of those votes were counted with no violence. The only one center where I voted was the one marked with violence. And for all of us, there were pictorial and video evidences. We all presently here, we are fully knowledgeable about what went wrong in that particular center. So I am suggesting here that instead of going all over the election again, if the violence is minimal, why not, Mr. Anthony General, just concentrate on the station to save time, energy, and the country's resources? Let me come to the gender bill. As my colleague from Bombali rightly said here, we have the gender bill before us here in Parliament.
Mr. Speaker, sorry for this interruption. I'm really sorry, madam. But for this push running, she pointed out a very valid point. But I just want to remind her that it's a police station, not a police center. So what you're referring to is already stated that the destruction caused in the police station, not in the police center. So it's carried in the bill now already. 86-1, madam. Thank you. Carry on.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I don't want to keep the leader of yes. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, with regards to gender bill, I believe our gender bill should be independent of this PR bill. It should not be embedded
in the PR system. So for me, if for any reason we really want to help, all of us here are committed towards empowering women, providing safe seats for women here in Parliament. We must amend Section 76. Section 76. We should amend it by indicating that any man that's violent, a woman, should be eliminated out of the list. Because it is a common norm for men in competition with women. They will rage all sorts of abusive language on you, pulling down syndromes. So for us, if you really want this 30% safe seats for women, this section must be amended. And again, let me make it clear here. We are here because our people voted us in. There is no need for us to limit them. The PR system is more like going in for party system of electing our MPs. Why do we want to disenfranchise our people? They need to interface with us, knowing your people or knowing the MP or the MP candidate that you are about to vote for makes a whole lot of difference. Let's don't limit our electorate. Let's give them the freedom that is that. And the good thing about it again, if you, the MP, knows that you are being voted in by your supporters, trust me, you will know that you owe them something. You'll be fully aware that you should be answerable to them.
Don't go marry
so for me,
sister.
I think the PR system needs a whole lot of amendments. And with regards to what my colleague said, all of the issues he raised with regards to my sister, of what's in here should be fully adhered to. Speaker, honorable members, thank you.
Speaker, cambia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield for Cambia.
From the back now. No, not from the back.
The back seat, sir.
I remember when he was addressing some of the highlights of all of the debate. He said, I saw in Sierra Leone contest, this country is dynamic and so we should match our laws accordingly. And that is very important. We need to match our laws according to the situation we face, based on historical evidence and some data, to make it proper and to make it replicable and to make the situation work as we want. Now, if you look at the 2012 and 2022 bills, look at the object and read what, if you allow me, let me just read briefly and then try to present what I want to do. The 2012 Act, the short title says, being an act of so being an act to consolidate and amend the law on public elections to make provision supplementary to Section 32, 33. So, if you take this other one, the bill is also, it's also saying seemingly the same. There's not much different. And if you look at the composition of the two bills, the act and the bill, almost all of the contents are almost the same. But, so which means the changes that occur or has been presented are those that reflect the observation of those the acts that do work properly, that should be upgraded to reflect the current situation. And so we'll be able to amend those issues or the problems we have if we continue similar situation. That's the idea of this bill, I think. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there are good things about the new bill. There are similar good things that happened in the old bill previously. But as I said, it requires changes. And these changes should be based on evidence, should be on analysis, should be based on critical thinking, in which I think this debate is being facilitated to happen. Now, analysis, evidence, sometimes are below political thinking. Even when we know that they are very good, they are very reasonable, and they have a way of making us think to make good laws. I admire this parliament, this current parliament, Mr. Speaker. We have always made good laws, and we have continued to make good laws. Because if you listen to most of our debates, they are the speakers of those that have been here previously before us. Let us to understand, and their references are always very, very important when we come to the third stage, the committee stage. But what I saw most of the time we present, we tend to explain or to handle most of the issues in the act at the debating stage or the second stage of the committee stage itself, which sometimes we spend a lot of time arguing on those issues that we know will not affect change when we have to discuss it at the committee stage. I just want to bring out that kind of analysis for us to be able to understand. But what I want to say, good things are in the law, as we said. Those two things that we need to accept and make sure we address them properly, not to look at them as political and critical analysis, but let's look at them as citizens. I'm talking about all of us. When we talk about what is more people talk about our time, people say the procedure of registering people. My God, in every year in the world, when you want to register somebody to vote, there should be requirements, there should be processes, there should be procedure, and that procedure be explicit. It is so rigid, but it is reflective on our context in South Africa. If we don't make it that way for people to understand, and we want to look at it that because the law has said everybody has the right to be registered and vote, but it also explains the process in which we have to register people. So let us be realistic to see that if these processes we have mentioned here are really difficult for us to go through, then let us look at them critically and look at our context also as Regionalism, where we have seen people doing double or multiple registrations in elections, doing illegal registrations in elections, but there has been no way of verifying that. And with this bill, it defined in those ways that we will be able to do it in the most best way possible, so that we have people registered. The best is the good Sierra registered to vote with their consent. The issue of women empowerment, also which people have said severally. Of course, this country has come from the age pages to see how we empower women economically, financially, and politically. Now we want them also to be empowered and to empower more to the legislative positions, because that's what he said. The legislative position, we have seen women also contributing greatly in this parliament. And I want to say those women are doing very well. I want to thank the women doing very well in that life. So if we see women are doing very well, it could not also be overwhelmed to look at them to see if their representation could be increased, or let it be done in the most professional and legislative way. So, for me, somebody was saying also one of the things you need to look at the technology verification. Let me look at chapter 32, section 32 also. Section 32. I'm sure, I'm just.
Listen to lectures. You don't catch on.
I'm looking at the electronic verification. The electronic verification, which both acts. The bill, this bill talked about it, and this other one, the act talked about in 2012. In fact, it's something that originated from that act. There has been more additional clauses or more additional definition and more additional processes that will make it credible and realistic for us to be able to achieve what we want to do in the best way possible, so that we'll be dynamic and we'll also have inclusive representation in the best way possible. So, for me, Mr. Speaker, maybe that's the procedure, I don't know. Let us sometimes present the generality of our debate in the time of the second reading, and make more rigid, in-depth consideration and timing. Let it be more projected and more rigid in our committee stage than the debate itself. Because the debate, I think, is only critical and sometimes summary of what we present to the public in order for them to be able to understand. But not looking at the clauses as specific as when we are in the committee stage. With that, I don't want to say much because there are lots to say. But when we come to the committee stage, I think I will make my own contribution more to the situation that we have, and to the way to make this law much effective and more effective and more efficient in the context of Sierra Leone and the General Assembly. Today I want to say thank you, and I pray let us work faster and make sure we approve this when we pass this bill.
Which one? This one?
Yes, this one. I'm appealing we do that. Because your credibility is online as well. And so also ours. So let us do that in the best way possible. That's why we are going to continue.
Please,
Member for his contribution to the debate. I'm going to take just 2 more speakers before we I recognize another member from Western area.
They are both from
for catching Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Lulu to listen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for catching my eyes.
Representing constituency 112 program. Being an indigene of Kenema town.
Allahu Akbar.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
And for talking back.
I would like to say thank you to the AG. But I think if the AG should have engaged members of parliament on this bill, we shouldn't have been here for the past 3 weeks. So my first recommendation should be you should have engaged the members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would also want to say that this bill is not voter friendly. And to be very sincere, it's not true. So representative democracy in this country. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if we are talking about democracy, I think it should be through election and not through selection. Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
Don't move forward.
I want to say
Now go backward.
something with regards to MCRA, that's the NIN, National Identification Number. I went through my constituency on that day. I visited some, and within the week, I visited almost all the registration centers, which I have in 1 month. It is to display, Mr. Speaker, that most of the machines that we are using,
I like that.
we are default. I'm saying this because I saw it for myself. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are mothers. We have school-going children. Most of the time this registration was going on was weekdays. We have children that we call the first-time voters. They were unfortunate to register. So are we depriving them not to vote from 2023? No. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I read through the bill. It is also unfortunate. The first thing I was expecting for we the women was our protection. I was expecting to read something about our protection. You cannot say you will be giving me a subsidy when I am not protected. As we are sitting down, those women are not protected, even in this way. So the AG again, I think you have to go back and say something about women's protection in this country, not only as parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I engaged my people, my constituents, and they told me, you've just come here for the currency. You said you are going to change the currency. Less than a month, you are here again with the PR. So where do you want to take us? Because we have not even understood. And now money not in our bank. And now you are coming again with the PR. So I want to tell this house that we are no longer in your midst. Nobody is pushing us. If we know we as parliamentarians, we have to go and listen to the voice of our people. Because they sent us here. As for the 30%, it's also disappointing. Yes. Because we are not asking for 30%. We are not asking for safety, Mr. Leader. We are not vulnerable women in this country. We are strong women. We protect the land protection. We stand and they are strong men. We protect them. So we are not disciplined. I do not support the state. What I want is this world. What I want is this world. She's not asking for
If I'm not a selfish woman, I would have seated here quietly. Because for the new constitution of the All People's Congress, we already have the 30% for we the women. But we are not selfish women. We want to advocate for all women in this country. We are the rural women.
The rural women.
On the rural women.
Well, they want to be paramount chiefs in the north.
They want to be paramount chiefs.
They want to be paramount chiefs.
Section chiefs.
Town
chiefs. Mr. Attorney General. They want to be town chiefs. Don't be scared. They want it.
Send the chieftaincy act. That is not
they want it. Don't be scared.
I'm raising questions. Maybe I'll get good answers from the other side. For the first time, I've been in this parliament for the 4 years. It is only on this bill that I heard the word cohesion. I heard my colleagues on the other side talking about cohesion. We are now running down to 2023. Is it now you're asking for cohesion? What really are you planning for us? We've suffered all these past years, so we are ready to suffer till 2023. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Eso tu wa binya o me ma padada.
It's here.
Mr. Speaker, can I just step in, please, as a point of observation? Mr. Speaker, can I step in under SO 34? Please, sir. Please,
Mr.
sir.
Speaker, can I please be protected? Because that was my first statement I said here, that we do not need all these 30%. We need our protection. So can you please just give me a chance? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I heard my colleagues on the other side saying we should accept the PR. Reasons I've been listening to them was the PR, we should have to spend less money on this PR system. But if you look at the other side, we are all honorable members in this well. We are praying that we lost no one again. So we are not expecting by-elections in this country, because we do pray we live long. Now, if you are talking about money, if we allow this PR, don't you think it's going to be a very wage bill on the government? Because bringing in more people here, more people in the well of parliament, it's more money compared to by-elections. If you calculate now the money spent for these past 4 years on by-elections, then, and even councillors, then compare that one now. So how much money will be spent when other members are being here? Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Very intelligent.
I'm always disappointed. I'm always disappointed. Reason being, I'm from Kenema town. So I'm always disappointed when I hear my colleagues on the other side talking about precedents. Let bygones be bygones. For heaven's sake. For this nation. Now I'm even scared to go to Kenema because I heard Honorable Tawa talking about violence during election. So how am I going to campaign my APC people in Kenema with what I heard from my colleague Honorable? So please, let's stop this. SO2, na so we do, na so we dey do. I'm sure you have MPs on the other side who are Northerners. There are MPs here also who are Easterners. So let's try to work together for Mama Salon, because Mama Salon is really crying. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will conclude by saying, as far as Honorable Haja Miyaka is concerned, this bill is a wolf in sheep clothing. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the honorable member for her contribution. And I'll give the floor to the honorable Deputy Speaker. We are winding up now.
Mr. Speaker, with all due reference to the authority you have, but we agreed that this bill is of national interest, and individual MPs are representing their constituents. They have messages from their constituents. So I will not want to be a part in depriving them of forwarding their message to this House, because they are coming from their constituencies. They are not here as APC or SLPP. They are here as members of parliament representing specific constituencies. So I'm kindly pleading with you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleading with you, Mr. Speaker, that you use your good offices and wisdom in allowing members to say, at least for them to be heard, Mr. Speaker. I am kindly pleading with you.
I think I've used my good office and wisdom.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
And I have done it very judiciously. I understand your predicament, I understand where you are coming from, but I have exercised my discretion and my authority very judiciously. Deputy Speaker, you have the floor.
Yes, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, except probably we want to usurp the authority of the Speaker.
What about SO 37?
I think it's ruled.
SO 37, sir.
SO 37?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker?
Dilatory motion, sir, because all of us, I've stood up so many times today, my colleague Famanji, and there's nobody.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Can't we get another day tomorrow?
No.
Yes.
No, let's go to committee stage today.
Let's get another day, sir.
I'll crave the indulgence of Mr. Speaker that we move on. We've been debating this bill for quite a while now. We have said almost everything.
Mr. Speaker.
And you'll have an opportunity to say more during the committee stage.
Mr. Speaker, inasmuch as it's your discretion, but let it go down record that members of parliament want to make their contribution in this all-important national discussion. It is not because it is just the electoral bill, but because our constituents are calling us, just as you were called, you were texted and you were sent WhatsApp messages all across the world. And we have those messages to tell you.
Are you part of the texters?
Of course, texting you.
Texting me?
No, I was texted as you were also texted. I am a victim just like you, just like many other MPs standing up here. The Honorable from Lonsai has a specific message that he needs to tell the people of Sierra Leone. So if you are depriving us now, if you are depriving us of that opportunity, we'll use other means, Mr. Speaker. And I hope you will not be happy.
Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with the Deputy Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Who has always been with our Deputy Speaker, sir. Mr. Deputy Speaker, please, we want to plead with you. In as much as you always show some reasonability with us as members of Parliament, to please create the space for us so that we'll continue this debate. Please. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr.
Please,
Speaker. Mr. Speaker. The voice of a lady. Yeah, we are all talking about 30%, about women empowerment, and you are still not allowing women to take part in the debate.
Mr. Speaker, you've allowed a lot of women to talk on that other side. I think you need to give us concession over here now.
How many women? So, Mr. Speaker, please, we want to be heard.
Give a chance.
When Mr. Speaker, it means the debate should continue.
Exactly.
It means more women need to talk, especially when you are pleased.
No. Mr. Speaker, it is totally impossible for everyone to debate.
Not when they are standing and they've shown willingness from this morning.
Let them know.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we agree not every member should speak,
Mr. Speaker,
but when we've shown our interest to speak from this morning, I think we should be giving that
Mr. Speaker. Standing orders in this parliament. When MPs are standing to talk, let others MPs sit down. We are this deputy speaker standing up and other MPs are getting up to speak.
Deputy Speaker, you have the floor, please.
Thank you.
I had warned my colleagues that when the leadership stands up, at least you observe decorum. Observe decorum. Yes, Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
With your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to refer the Speaker to SO 51 because the debates we are on now, he has just averred that there will be another opportunity during the committee stage. But it is only on the second reading you will have the privilege and opportunity to debate the merits and principles of a bill. Only at this stage.
Yeah, but not everybody will have the opportunity to do that, and you know that.
No, Mr. Speaker, there is no law stopping everybody. There is no law stopping everybody.
Well, I cannot accommodate everybody.
That is it. The decision is yours, but there is no law stopping everybody, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on SO 42. Mr. Speaker, the law is the law. You have ruled. They should not be challenging. They should not be challenging your ruling, Mr. Speaker. You have ruled. And the law is
nobody challenging the Speaker. We are pleading. Nobody challenging the Speaker.
Challenging. We are
nobody challenging. We are pleading. We are pleading. We are not challenging.
That should be a bad precedent. No.
We believe this is an attempt to suppress speech.
Deputy Speaker,
it is an attempt to suppress our speech.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Leader has just referred to 42. But the premise upon which I build my request was in consideration of 42. I deliberately did not refer you to SO 30. I deliberately did not, because I do not want to question your authority. But you know, SO 30 is specific. The question has been put, and the rule is very clear on SO 30, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to go down that road. Because we respect you, Mr. Speaker, and we want to keep that respect. And we love you.
I don't want your love.
Mr. Speaker, but you have no choice.
As far as I know,
he has no choice.
There is no motion on floor.
No. There is a motion. The second debate, the question. It's on floor.
Okay,
the question. There is a question already in the floor. That is why we are debating. And SO 30 speaks to that. But as I said, I deliberately did not go to that because I knew. I believe that when I request and plead with the Speaker, he will also see reason. Because as he says, he knows where I am coming from. That is exactly, as he says, he knows where I am coming from.
I have tried to accommodate as many
Mr. Speaker,
members of Parliament as possible.
SO 30, Mr. Speaker.
I've read SO 30. Yeah, but
SO 30 is specific.
Mr. Speaker is arbiter of the procedure, and he has ruled.
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
you were sitting there once upon a time. He has ruled. Leader of the Opposition.
I will not be referred to SO 30 and then I close my eyes, Mr. Speaker. I will not close my eyes to SO 30. Mr. Speaker, you know.
Is this a strategy?
No, it is not. We will conclude today. We will go on. Let's go on. No, let's go on. Mr. Deputy Leader,
Mr. Speaker,
let us go on with the debate.
I bow to your ruling, sir.
SO 30.
Mr. Speaker, I bow to your ruling.
Take the floor.
To your ruling, Mr. Speaker.
So
take the floor.
We will continue on SO 30. That's what the Speaker says. So,
Deputy Speaker, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me take this opportunity first and foremost to thank you profusely for giving me this opportunity to address this House on the bill that is before us. You know, Mr. Speaker, the very first day this bill was introduced, I was the presiding officer. And when debate started, unfortunately, I was out of the jurisdiction. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to say my bit. I will start by urging members of Parliament to pass this bill into law. There is absolutely nothing wrong with this bill. The only thing that is wrong with this bill is the misconception or the preconceived fears or opinions relating to what will happen around this bill. This bill is over 90% the same as the 2012 Act. Over 90%. We already have the Public Election Act 2012. 90% of this bill is made of this act. And the 2018 elections was conducted under this act. All what this bill is trying to do is to upgrade the 2012 Act. This bill is only trying to upgrade the 2012 Act. Simplicity. And of course, as a matter of fact, the president is just heeding to the call of the very donors you'll be running to. Of course, our election monitors after the 2012 elections brought several recommendations. And they reiterated these recommendations after the 2018 elections. That's all the more reason why you are seeing what you are seeing right now in this bill. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this bill is not about the PR system. Reference is only made in 57 to that system. It is not about the PR system. It is unfortunate that we have allowed ourselves as lawmakers to be misled by bloggers, most of whom have not even read what is in the bill. That is what is sad, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. A blogger will just get up one day and begin to run commentary on what he or she has not read. There is nothing wrong with this bill. Of course, I can understand some of my colleagues tend to be jurisprudential. They go into the philosophy of law and all of that relating to this. It's not about time. If you want to go into the philosophy of law relating to a bill, then you should not be here. I'm not just saying it's philosophy. It's jurisprudence. Let's look at the bill as it is. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let's look at the bill as it is. All what this bill is seeking to do in the first place. One is to make removal of an electoral commissioner very, very difficult. What is undemocratic about that? What is undemocratic about that? Another issue this bill is seeking to do is to fix a date. Fix a date. Before this time, the date for elections depended on the heartbeat of somebody. Somebody would just get up today and say that we are having the elections at so and so time. Quite contrary to the provisions of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, we've been here during the last term, and we saw because of somebody has majority in this house, will come at the nick of time to extend the time for elections.
They can come at any time. A president that has majority in this house can come at any time. The constitution will tell you at so time. But that person can come at any time because he or she has majority in parliament to extend his stay in power. All what this bill is seeking to do is to give a definitive date. Is to give a definitive date for elections, presidential as well as parliamentary elections. So that we will not worry about any president that has majority in parliament seeking to extend his term. We've seen that. During the last term, the ex-president had almost 2/3 majority here. So it was easy for him to come to say, we want an extension. But if this date is fixed, then there is nothing undemocratic about that. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to take my time to refer to those issues that are so important in this bill, the issues that are so democratic. Let the public know exactly what this bill is about. And let the public tell us whether the issues, those provisions here, are undemocratic or not. Let me refer you to another point worthy of note. Another issue here that is worthy of note is the nomination fees. If you look at clause 45, this particular aspect is not provided for here. Even though it is here, the calculation is not done here. So this bill is seeking to establish nomination fees, not only for presidential elections or presidential candidates, but parliamentary candidates and other candidates seeking elective positions. These are the issues. Once upon a time, even before the 2012 elections, somebody just got up, or some officials just got up and stated a fees. They stated candidature fees. Less than 6 months to elections, they stated exorbitant fees. Because they wanted at that time to discourage smaller political parties from sending candidates. This bill is also trying to address that malaise. This bill is also trying to address that malaise. If you look at the 11th schedule, the calculation is done there based on the minimum wage. So I can't get up one morning to say, okay, I want to contest for a parliamentary seat, and I begin to worry what to pay. I can easily just take this bill, if it becomes an act, I can easily take this one and do the calculation myself. I know exactly what am I expected to pay. Let the public tell me whether this is undemocratic. Let the public tell me. Let the bloggers tell us, tell this house, that these provisions that are seeking to upgrade our electoral laws are undemocratic. Let them tell us. Let them tell us. These are the issues as members of parliament we should be talking about. We don't need to be notional about the law. It's not about your ideas. It's about what works for the people of Sierra Leone. And interestingly, people think, I don't want to name names, that this is the bill that is going to get President Bio elected. That's funny. That's funny. At the time when President Bio was a candidate, the other party had all the arsenals, all the laws in their favor, all the forces. He won an election. So what is it? What is the scare? What is the scare? What is, for heaven's sake, what is the scare? What's the scare? There's nothing wrong with this parliament passing this bill into an act. It does not make any difference. If you want to win an election, go and campaign. Sell your ideas. Instead of being riotous, do we have to come to parliament under the fear of being attacked because we brought an election bill? Do we have to actually come to parliament? Because some hoodlums are fed with the wrong information to think that the SFP government is coming to pass a law to enable them win an election. Do we actually need a law to win an election? A particular law? No. No. We have the required support. Let me refer you where it's unfortunate that the women themselves have kicked against the 30% quota.
Not all women, not all.
Well, of course, even though I know not all women, but let me say, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that I'm hugely disappointed. It's a shame, Mr. Speaker. It's a shame that people allow their political ideas to cloud.
Mr. Speaker, point of order,
please.
Mr. Speaker, I want to correct the Deputy Speaker that we did not kick against the bill or against the 30%, but we kicked against certain clauses that was given to us, and we asked for our bill. So let us make it very clear to the Deputy Speaker that we did not kick against the 30%.
The honourable member is not correcting the Deputy Speaker. He's making clarifications.
I have the right to make clarification. Who are you to stop me not to make my clarification? Who are you? Are you the debater? Did you debate? Did you debate?
Because I know
don't talk to me, please.
No, I will talk to you.
It's all right. Honorable member. Honorable member, let me tell you as a matter of fact.
We got 20 for picture talk to MPO elect to make.
Order.
Let me tell you, Mr.
Speaker. Order. Hold on. The honorable member from the Western Urban. The honorable member, I'm referring to you. Who gave you the authority to speak?
And I gave him.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
I have not given you the floor.
Okay.
And I will advise you not to try it again. Carry on, please.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order, Mr.
Honorable members.
What's your point of order?
No, I'll refuse.
32-9, Mr. Speaker.
I'll refuse to sit down.
32-9, Mr. Speaker. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member. The Deputy Speaker, when he rose and spoke, he said, female MPs have gone against the 30% because their political parties have instructed to do so. And that goes against Standing Order 32-9, Mr. Speaker. And he shamed them for doing that. And he blamed it on their political parties.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I know, Mr. Speaker, that we all have ears here. We are not deaf. I can paraphrase what a female MP said, that we are not vulnerable. We do not need 30%. The answer can say that we are not vulnerable, we don't need 30%. Probably my friend was outside the well. But I've been here, Mr. Speaker, and I heard it clearly.
But it doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker,
and I repeat,
it doesn't mean that.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, point of order.
32,
Mr.
32
Speaker, a few minutes ago, you told Honorable to
32-9 is clear. I'm standing on a point of order.
Now he is standing here and he is talking.
On a point of order.
Not giving him the floor.
32.9, Mr.
No.
Speaker.
When you point of
32.9, Mr. Speaker.
I'm perfectly aware of 32.9 and I do not see any imputation.
He said the political party, Mr. Speaker. No, he said the political party. He said the political party instructed them to. That is what I'm standing on, Mr. Speaker. That's what he said.
Carry on.
Mr. Speaker, had it not been for Section 90, I would have tried to explain myself in Creole, probably in Mende or Timne, for people to understand exactly what I'm saying. I can bear testament, and others can corroborate what I had. A female MP, by the way, I'm a champion of women because I have girls. I have girls I'm raising, and I want them to grow in a society where there are enough facilities and opportunities for women. That's why I'm hurt, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. When I heard a female MP say that we are not vulnerable, we do not need 30%. Should you say that? Should you actually say that? Should you allow your party ideas, political party ideas, to cloud your reasoning?
Mr. Speaker, that is the very point that one can refer to. Mr. Speaker, we are not here. People cannot stand on standing orders here. Representing political parties. We are not here representing political parties. We are here as Sierra Leoneans. They are here not as political parties.
Point of order.
We are representing our constituents.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
As Sierra Leoneans, we are representing our constituents. Not as political parties.
Why are you guilty? Why are you guilty?
Mr. Speaker,
and anyone that mentioned that is not acceptable. Why are you so offended of imputing the speech of a member to his or her political party is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
His point of order was not entertained.
It's unacceptable.
We'll continue talking this on to the Speaker address all of us.
Mr. Speaker. We are not representing political parties here. We are representing our constituents. Our constituents voted for us, not our political parties.
A point of order would.
It's not a point of order,
the honorable member.
And he has repeated it.
Huh? Mr. Speaker.
What point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the point, Mr. Speaker, SO 34 is very clear. SO 34, you have to get the leave of the Speaker. You have to have the leave of the Speaker. So SO 34 is being misused, Mr. Speaker. You cannot just stand and say SO 34 and you begin to speak. You should have the leave from the Speaker.
Well, the only thing I will say to that one is that the majority who have stood under SO 34 have been guilty of abuse and misuse of SO 34. Carry on, please.
Speaker, on that, why did you say? No. You are disrupting.
A repetition of the same. And you are guilty too.
Don't make me make a judgment about how SO 34 has been used. Don't make me make that judgment here. A lot of people will be ashamed. Go ahead, please.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the last time I took a look at the answer, we have political parties written against our names. We represent Sierra Leone, of course, but we have political parties written against our names. The last time I took a look at the answer, I saw that.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on SO 32.9. 32.9, sir.
You have no permission, I'm on my legs.
No, 32.9 doesn't need your permission. 32.9, if I get the leave of Mr. Speaker, 32.9 doesn't need your permission.
And you will not get the lead of the speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, you will not get the lead of the speaker.
If I get his lead, I don't need your
You have been obstructing and you have not been asking me to speak down. You will not.
Hold on. What?
We are all standing up. Daniel, come on, you will not continue this time.
I don't need his permission.
We will not encourage you.
Down. If I get your lead.
It's a standing order.
Mr. Speaker, can I proceed?
You may, but I just want to hear what is the imputation
standing
to
order.
which
You
reference is being made by the honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, the record of vote and proceedings. The reason why members.
I ask you, you referred me to 32.9.
32.9.
What is the imputation?
The implication here is that, as I said earlier, his speech is imputing improper motive. Improper motive. That is exactly what we are saying. As he has made reference to the vote and proceedings, the reasons why in the vote and proceedings names are associated with the political parties is for records. That doesn't mean what you say is the mind of the political parties concerned. If that is the case, then there's no need for this parliament. This is not the APC parliament. Okay, it is not a Senate parliament.
You made your point.
It's a Australian parliament representing our constituents.
Mr. Speaker, I was
and he should not repeat that.
Honorable Daniel Kroma, don't interrupt me again, please.
No, if you repeat that one, I will stand on SO 29.
So, Mr. Speaker, I was just stating exactly what I had. But anyway, let's move on. When dry bones are mentioned. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I wish to draw your attention to clauses 85 and 86. So clauses 85 and 86. These clauses are only referring to overvoting and violence. Cancellation due to violence. Cancellation due to overvoting. What is wrong about that? In any decent democracy, votes of the voters must be counted. But if you go to a polling station or a polling center and disrupt everything, how do you expect such a vote to be counted? Why can't we give powers to the electoral commissioner to cancel votes for overvoting? What is wrong about that? What is wrong about that? And this is something that was done in 2007. Votes were cancelled at the time when the Parliament had not given the authority to the commissioner to cancel votes. Parliament had not given the authority, votes were cancelled. Over 400 polling stations. Now we have decided to give the authority for cancellation of votes due to violence in particular areas, due to overvoting. What is wrong with that in our democracy? Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Leader of Government Business and myself were in a particular country. And elections were going on. We did not know that they had elections until when they started counting the votes. That is how a decent democracy looks like. You want to allow violence, you don't want cancellation of votes due to violence. Then you are encouraging hoodlums to go all over the place, perpetrating violence. Let me state clearly that I was not raised in a wealthy home, Mr. Speaker. I was raised in a humble home. My parents were not rich, but they brought me up well. So that if I'm supporting a political party, that party does not need to be afraid of violence. Because that party knows that I'm never going to indulge in violence. Why do we have to encourage? Why do we have to subject our laws to technicalities, to analysis? Because we want to perpetrate, we want to tolerate people to indulge in violence. If you are supporting a thing like that, be a man. Go tell the populace, tell the electorates that we're in favor of violence. Go tell them. Don't hide behind the technicalities. Don't hide behind technicalities. Go tell your electorates that violence should be part of our elections. Go tell them. Mr. Speaker, we've been here for days on end. One technicality after the other. What is it? What is it? We're only trying to make a fine law relating to our elections, to make our democracy decent. That is all what this bill is about. Upgrading our electoral laws in line with acceptable standards. That's all what this bill is trying to do. That's all what this bill is trying to do. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I heard my friend and my brother making heavy weather of Section 34 and other provisions in the Constitution. You know, when we are trained as lawyers, we are trained to have a duty to the profession. And one of such duties is that when we refer to legal materials, it is our duty as lawyers to make the materials fully available. But of course, I had my friend in one area or the other quoting sections of the Constitution and leaving out provisos. That is disingenuous, Mr. Speaker.
Very much so.
That is disingenuous. When you want to quote the law, you quote the law together with its provisions in full. Why do you have to leave out the proviso? Why do you leave out the proviso? Mr. Speaker, let me refer to Section 34. At least for the edification of the public. You know, it is sad that because of the illiteracy level in Sierra Leone, our electorates just
Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker, with respect, the SPK. No, he's referring to the references I make to certain constitutional provisions. No, it is clear. We are here, we are debating. We need to get understanding. I never mentioned Section 34 in all of my debates. I have my notes here. I never mentioned sections. I can repeat the sections I mentioned. They are in my notes.
38, sorry. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. 38, you are right. 38-4. 38, not 34.
I was a bit surprised.
What is it? What is it? What is it?
Why are you shouting on the speaker?
No, it's all right. What is it?
It's not correct.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
We have never done that to your leader. You don't get Simboland again. We have never done that to your leader.
Mr. Speaker,
you have no right to be misbehaving
this is the kind of function.
So you are always encouraged by Mr. Speaker.
This is the kind of functional deficiency we have in our system.
No, but I'm glad that you corrected yourself.
Yes, this is the kind of functional deficiency we have in our system.
In all his contribution,
yes,
never mentioned Section 34.
Certainly, I agree. I actually was referring to 38-4.
Oh, 38-4.
38-4, in the first place, was not read in tandem with 38-6. And the proviso of 38-4 was never read. Mr. Speaker, let me state that that is disingenuous. When you refer to legal materials, you refer to them in full for the edification of the public. Otherwise, what do you want to drive home? What do you want to drive home? Another improvement, another upgrading that this bill is seeking to do is to bring on board the election of village or town head. These are all the additions, consolidating our election laws. Because we've seen time in, time out, when there are elections for village head and so on, we see the Electoral Commission going to conduct these elections. But not proper provision. Not proper provision was made. We did not consolidate the provision relating to that. We know, as a matter of fact, that every elections relating to the state falls under the purview of the Electoral Commission. So we needed to consolidate all of this. These are all the issues this bill is talking about. But the way this bill was tainted, Mr. Speaker, the impression that was created around this bill is shocking. It's shocking. And one thing I often say, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is the fact that our brothers and sisters who are not educated know where to press and record. So sometimes when they hear these things from so-called educated people, all what they do is to press and record. Too much of garbage in the social media, Mr. Speaker. Too much of garbage on issues. Too much of garbage. And one thing that is lacking, and of course I call on the Minister of Basic Education, even as I address you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, to pay attention to the habit of reading for our school children. People are now refusing, so-called educated people are now refusing to read content. All what they read, or they don't listen to stuff, and they go over the social media. And our public is buying into the kind of garbage all over the social media. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a fan of the social media. Because you go there, you are pissed off every day. If you ask me, I will tell you, there isn't much that this bill has added to our already existing law. There isn't much. We have a Public Election Act 2012. There isn't much that this bill added to this. There isn't much. Then why the hue and cry?
So 38.
Why the hue and cry? And of course, Mr. Speaker, I did not want to mention Section 38 at all. I did not even want to refer to the PR system. Let me state with all authority, I'm saying this for the lawyer that I am. I'm
simply reminding.
Let me tell you.
To SO 38.
Let me tell you, for the lawyer that I am, that the PR system in our electoral system, does not lie with this parliament again.
Not at all.
You know that now.
You are right.
That authority now lies with the president. Let's know this today. And let me repeat, and Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I have the greatest respect for Honorable Mali Spain, for Honorable Cherry Coco, for Honorable Honorable Daniel Krum. I have the greatest respect for them. And of course, my brother Adiba, I have the greatest respect. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, those people know, as well as I do, that the PR system cannot be determined by Parliament anymore.
No, Mr. Speaker, please. Mr. Speaker.
They know. They know. I am saying this, and I throw a challenge to them. I throw a challenge to them. The PR system does not lie within the purview of Parliament. If we are to use the PR system at these coming elections, then that depends on the heartbeat of the president and not Parliament. That depends on the heartbeat of the president. That authority has been given to the president. Simply stated, what is referred to, what is said in 57 plus 57 is only making reference to an existing law. 57 is only making reference to an existing law. 57. Let me read 57.
Of orders. Wait, big. Please, just wait. Mr. Speaker, this is your deputy speaking. You see, that's the way you behave. No, you don't do that to a deputy speaker. The second in command in this house. Continue to shout. No, it is wrong. When you keep on shouting, you keep on shouting. And I believe your leaders should stop you not to shout when the speaker is speaking. It's completely out of order and disrespectful. Completely out of order and disrespectful.
Mr. Speaker, can I also speak, please?
Please sit down, please. Please sit down.
Your leader is up.
Mr. Speaker, I take great exception to that. I have said the terms without number. We have the full force of it, even in the standing orders. To move motion against members who are ruling, it is in the standing orders. And the deputy speaker is number 2 to you. It's your deputy. Yes. It's number 2 in the house. So I have the right to move motions against members here. It's in the standing orders. I don't want to read that point. They are still doing it. They are still doing it. So I keep on saying until you admonish them that this house, even in the constitution, tells you how to behave in and out of the chamber. Even in the constitution, if you don't know. You don't read. Go and read 97. Read the constitutions. This put up of disrespect is we cannot tolerate anymore. Very disrespectful for me people. Try to respect leaders. Mr. Speaker.
All I can say
Thank
is
you.
I've admonished time without number. Time without number. I've drawn the attention of honorable members to the imperative of the House observing decorum.
Honorable members, I know, of course, it's deliberate, but I'm somebody that cannot be ruffled. I remain unruffled. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to Clause 57B. All what Clause 57B is saying. A general election of members of Parliament, other than paramount chief members of Parliament, shall be by B, the district block representation system in accordance with Section 38A. In accordance. That is the operational word. In accordance. You know the point, Mr. Speaker, you know it's difficult. That's why I said, had it not been for Section 90 of the Constitution, I explain in Creole. I will explain in Creole. I will explain in Creole. I will explain in Creole. Had it not been for Section 90 of the Constitution, I will explain to you in Creole for you to understand. But my passion, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, is that as members of Parliament, we should be the one educating the public correctly. Those days of phony propaganda are done with. Those days of phony propaganda, those days are gone. You know, our electorates, interestingly, Mr. Speaker, our electorates, even though some of them, majority of them are uneducated, they are now politically educated. They know what they want to see. They know what they want to see. They now know the issues. Our people know the issues. You will be shocked after the 2023 elections. You will be shocked. So you go about dancing all over the place. You can as well go and put up the light. Go and put up the light. Those are the operational manuals. Go and put up the light. Mr. Speaker, you know, if I were in your shoes on that day, we will bring candles here and proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
Now we bring candles here.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we take exception to the statement made by the Deputy Speaker saying that we can put up the lights as if we have anything to do with the blackouts in this well. And Mr. Speaker is very clear. You can go put up the lights, implied.
I have not referred to anybody. When dry bones are mentioned.
No, Mr. Speaker, you can go put up the lights, meaning he's not talking to himself, but to other side. He's simply referring to those who did it.
Those who did it. If I were the one sitting that day, Mr. Speaker, I will order candles to be brought here. I will proceed.
But that would be dangerous.
And we'll proceed.
That would be dangerous, though.
Because, those mechanics don't work anymore. Those mechanics, they don't work anymore. When you do these things, you think our people don't know. They know what is happening. They know the kind of sense of insecurity that are being created around. Our people know. And trust me, they are fed up. They are fed up, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. So when we come to pass bills into laws, let's look at the decency of what we are doing as members of parliament. Let's not pride ourselves on technicalities. Let's look at the decency. For once, Sierra Leone must be a decent nation. We have suffered so much, Mr. Speaker. We have suffered in this nation. There was a time when people started shouting all over the place, we needed war, we needed war. War came, our people suffered. We had Ebola, we had COVID. In fact, when you travel out of this country, the moment you say Sierra Leone, all what you think about is something relating to the negative. It's about time we change our story now. What is happening? What is it? What is it about this election thing? What is actually this whole thing? Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I urge honorable members to put on some level of cap and let's pass this bill. There's nothing wrong with this bill. This bill is going to make our democracy decent. Very decent. This bill is going to inspire a situation where there will be elections in certain areas and strangers will come here, foreigners will come here, and they will not even know we are having elections. And one thing I'm going to suggest to the Electoral Commissioner, we don't want any rallies in the city. We don't want any rallies in the city. Until people begin to behave themselves, we don't want rallies in the city. This is the seat of power. If you want to rally, go to your district headquarters towns, go to your villages. This is the political and business headquarters of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Because each time there's rally, either of SWP, of APC, of any political party, hoodlums use the opportunity to harass decent people. They go into shops, they break into shops. They are riotous all over the place. This is the message to the CEC. We don't want rallies here. Go to your district, go to your villages, and have your rallies. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Speaker. I recognize that there are quite a number of members who still want to speak on this important bill. And after consultations, I have agreed to extend the debate right up to 7 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
But in light of that, we have to now apportion the time equitably.
Yes, sir.
Equitably, to be able to accommodate as many speakers as possible. And that will even mean that we are not going to wind up the debate tonight. We'll leave it for Monday.
Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, based on what you have said, I think I need to move SO 51 so that we can sit on Monday to take a resolution, so that I can sit on Monday to wrap the debate and go to a committee stage. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is it 51?
Yes. SO 51.
Is it not a dilatory motion you want to move?
7. Section 1. 5. Section 1. Not 5. Section 1. 5. SO 5.
He said you want to go to adjourn for Monday, and if you want to sit on Monday, we must take a resolution.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. So that's the resolution I'm moving for, so that we can wrap up on Monday.
Very well. Any seconder to that motion?
I so second, Mr. Speaker.
All in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. So take note that we are meeting on Monday.
The motion by the leader of government business
Now
has been adopted.
It's now I have by my own time here 16:38, almost 16:40, and I want us to rise by 7 p.m. to be able to accommodate as many. That means with the numbers I have noticed, I will limit speakers to 10 minutes. I hope that will be agreeable. 10 minutes, so as to be able to accommodate everyone who wishes to take. Let me start with the Honorable from the Western area. Honorable Ajibola.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by responding.
Sorry, go ahead.
Let me start by responding to the appeal made by the last contributor to NEC that rallies should be stopped.
Time. Do the time. 10.
That rallies should be stopped. If my colleague wants that to happen, let him bring it up as a bill.
Sorry, I did not get you.
Rallies, he suggested that he would recommend to NEC that rallies in cities should be stopped.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Yes.
Rallies in cities, where is it written in any law? In Sierra Leone, where specific areas are shown. Where is
the Public Order Act?
There is no law, with all due respect, Honorable Magistrate, there is no law in this country telling you that there should be rally in Freetown.
The Public Order Act.
I can tell you.
The Public Order Act 1965. You apply to the police to process. A rally is a procession And if they give you permit to do so, you process, you rally. And rally is a tradition in our electoral process.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, rally is not a procession. Political rally is not a procession. It's not.
All right, keep your views. I have made my statement. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, my colleague, Mr. Barr, raised certain points. I don't want to reiterate them, but he was asking questions about whether those points do not create the need for the Constitution to be amended. Nobody has replied to that. I will refer to the sections again in the bill, which he referred to. There are 4 of them. Clause 56, Clause 13, Clause 57, and Clause 55. There has been no response. The difference between us and the other side, Mr. Speaker, is that we are saying before you achieve what you want to achieve, there is a process to be gone through. That's simply what we are saying. We are not saying the provision for proportional representation is bad. We've not argued that. We believe it is bad. Let me not misrepresent us. We believe it is bad. But we believe that before you can even deal with it, you must go through the process of amending the Constitution. It seeks to replace what is in the Constitution simply. And to replace it, you must amend. We have heard that people saying that the bill that they have brought is 90% the same as the 2012 bill. 90%, why don't you amend the 2012 bill? You are here to repeal and replace. Repeal and replace, it means kick that one out. Bring in a new one. And if you bring in a new bill, which requires certain constitutional demands, where certain constitutional demands must be satisfied, go through them. That is all we are saying. Why did you go through the constitutional instrument to amend Section 32? Who is that?
Let me advise here. If we really want to keep within the time limit I've specified, then I appeal to all of us to please refrain from unnecessary interventions, unnecessary interruptions.
No problem, Mr.
Please,
Speaker. I will do my best, and I think I will keep within the time. Mr. Speaker, I want to concentrate on only one section of the bill, one clause of the bill, and that is this section 38A. We have the amendment here, and the amendment, when it was made, presuppose certain preconditions, and I will try to expatiate on it. It says that if you want to use the PR system, first of all, when there is any law, under any law for the time being in force, then a date for a general election has been approved, but constituencies have not been established. There are the 3 preconditions. The date for the next election was declared under the 2012 Act. So there was a law in force. Correct. It was correctly done. Secondly, a date for the general election has been fixed. For the 3rd precondition is that unlike what Section 38A amendment said, but constituencies have not been established in accordance with subsection 3 of Section 38 for the purposes of such election. This is not relevant because there are constituencies existing. We are all here elected under those constituencies. 2 weeks ago, on the 25th, there was an election under that constituency law. Yesterday, somebody was sworn in this house, elected under the law which created constituencies. So if you want to do an election by proportional representation, you have to satisfy these three. But the three are not available. Only two. Only one. But the point here, Mr. Speaker, is that when I hear my colleagues saying that under 57, this 57B, which my colleague read, A is for paramount chiefs. B, 57B, Mr. Speaker, 57B. My colleague read it and said, it is just there. Why should it be just there without any meaning? Is it there for no reason? I know it's power. The point you are making, Mr. Speaker, is that if you are putting it there, whether it is there for no reason, you should amend the Constitution. That is the point you are making. Go through the correct process. We're not saying it will not be beneficial to us or will not be beneficial to any other party. But there is a danger in this district block system. This one, I had the leader of a small party saying they would have had more seats under the district block system. But I will bet him that if he goes for an election under that system now, your party will die. This system also, Mr. Speaker, does not make provision for independent candidates. Only parties can present a list.
Look,
only
you know, this character. Honorable Jallo, if I hear your voice again, you leave the chamber. Honorable Jallo. In fact, sorry, Woody. In contradistinction to the quiet Jallo seated to my left. If I hear you again, you leave this chamber. And I will not determine when you return.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Mr. Speaker, there is a misconception in this House that we are opposed to the women being given some more empowerment. We are all for it. As usual, all we are saying, do it the right way. Do it the right way. I will tell you the right way. The right way is, first of all, to amend Section 55(3) by going through a constitutional instrument. Because this is adding 55C to the women. Please know that to put this C in the Act is amending attempting to amend the Constitution. You see, is trying to amend the Constitution. When you put C, yes, sir, to reserved seats, members of parliament constituting not less than 30% in each district. That is a new proposal. It's an amendment to the Constitution. The Constitution only provides for paramount chiefs and ordinary members. So if you want to do a third category, amend the Constitution. That is all we are saying. We are not saying the women should not get more. Why should you get more through a wrong process? The other thing I wish to say before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, is this matter of overvoting. The provisions in this bill does not align with the PR system. The question I want to ask, Mr. Speaker, we have a PR system for the district, and people are on a list. There is voting, and when it comes to counting, there is violence. The commissioner has the discretion to disqualify votes or voters or the people who are voted for. Who does he disqualify under the PR system? The entire district? That's a question we must ask ourselves. When it is constituency, they vote in the constituency and there is disruption or whatever, the commissioner has the right to disqualify. He disqualified the election of that member. Or take a district where you have 22 members contesting from each party, and there is violence in 2 or 3 stations. Who does he disqualify? The entire district? That I will let Mr. Speaker not to overstep my time.
I thank the Honourable Member. I thank the Honourable Member for his contribution. The Honourable from Kenema.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
after him, the Honourable Member from Cambia.
A lot has been said by members of Parliament on the Public Elections Bill 2022 before us. I must start by saying that I want to thank the AG's office and the National Elections Commission for bringing such a bill for the consideration of Parliament. The issues contained in the proposed bill for consideration are really very important and crucial and very critical, because almost all of the issues dwell on elections, and elections all over the world, and particularly so in Africa, are very important issues. So such a bill being brought to Parliament less than 1 year to elections for the attention of this House is crucial, is critical, and I think as members of Parliament we should do all we could to ensure that we do justice to this document so that the Elections Commission will be able to use it to conduct free, fair and credible elections come next year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, and so the issues colleagues have been raising, for example, the independence of the Electoral Commission is contained in this bill, which is very important. For free, fair, credible elections, the Electoral Commission must be independent. In itself, they must be seen by all parties in the electoral process as independent and credible. Once that happens, the people will be able to accept the results coming from such an institution. And so that is equally embedded here. The process of registration is equally being captured. The election itself, how do we conduct our elections being captured? Appeals of petitions has been talked about. The procedure of appeal, and of course the date for presidential and parliamentary elections. For now, we do not really have a fixed date. But there is a proposal for a fixed date in this bill. And of course, cancellation due to overvoting, cancellation due to violence, electoral offenses, electoral petitions, and so forth and so on. Very important issues are being captured for our attention. So I really would have thought that members of parliament were going to pay keen attention to all of these important issues. We treat them very, very seriously because these are things that hinge on the peace, security, and tranquility of this country. Because like I mentioned, election bills are very serious businesses. Like mentioned before, had it not been, for example, for the maturity and the magnanimity of the leadership of SLPP then, in 2007, when over 477 police stations were cancelled illegally, that situation was going to cause chaos and mayhem in this country. Because those were a chunk of the vote that were cancelled, they were annulled with no authority whatsoever by the Electoral Commission then. And so in 2012 too, derogatory statements were made by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission whilst reading the final result, which were inconsistent with our laws. And so, under this present leadership, they've deemed it necessary to bring proposals for the attention of this House. I think as members of parliament, as the people's representative, we should take this moment as a very crucial moment. Because these documents will be responsible for the conduct of the election and for the peace and quiet of this country during those periods. But rather, we've been there for a couple of days now. I've seen many a time probably distraction methods. Colleagues have brought up a lot of issues that really, I'm sure, do not mean well for this country. I must admonish that as members of parliament, we should put in our everything to ensure that we look at these bills very, very closely. Very, very closely, and ensure that we pass them into law to give the Electoral Commission the wherewithal to be able to do their job free, fair, and give us a credible results that will be accepted by all. The issue, like the Deputy Speaker said, of the district block, and I want to buy his view that it's really not before this House for our consideration. Because like he said, that is already law. It is in our law. It is in the Constitution anyway. So if there is anything contained in this bill, probably it's only being mentioned by way of emphasis. And so that is not within our competence and domain to do anything about it now. But let us please concentrate on this document, this proposal, look at them very, very critically as members of parliament to do justice to them so that the Electoral Commission will be given the free hand and free will to conduct free, fair, credible elections in this country. I thank you so much for giving me time.
I thank the honorable member for his contribution and more especially for keeping within the time limit. I now give the floor to the next member, and I'm happy he's coming immediately after the member from Kenema, and that is the honorable member from Cambia.
Mr. Speaker.
After Cambia, it will be not Karine. I'll recognize the lady. Is she still around? Yes, Rukia too.
Mr. Speaker, you have taken so many women from over there.
Yes, I will come to you. Don't worry. All of you will be accommodated as long as you keep within the 10 minutes.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, some members can speak for 2 minutes because ever since this bill was brought to this House, they've not consulted anybody and they only speak what was written for them.
Not consulted anybody.
For some of who have the opportunity of going to 8 places around the country, limiting us to 10 minutes is also doing disservice to this nation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, in clause 57, Mr. Speaker, do I have your attention?
Well, I advise your colleague.
Mr. Speaker,
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I start with clause 57. In my opinion, not being a lawyer, I have listened to the Deputy Speaker. I think it is very clear that in this clause, it talks about a reenactment. Certain keywords have been added, like the word "all." And when you add something to its original meaning in law, I am not a lawyer. I think that is an attempt to amend the original piece. I am not a lawyer. I am not a lawyer. And I wish the Deputy Speaker
of NGCC and population in Gambia this rate. So calculating from that, it will have reduced their seat. What perhaps he is thinking is, in a situation you have a PR that is national, considering their total, their grand total will have increased their vote. But just a district block system as it is here, the NDC will have had little seats than they have now. Let him check the results. That is very clear. But Mr. Speaker, I would appeal to your advice of saying we don't discuss the PR. But because other members have attempted before you when you were not sitting to define and to give value to the PR system, I think it is more fitting we add our own little voice to what we've said already. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we've had this theory of saying we waste votes under the first past the post. I wonder when, in the last result, our presidential candidate scored 48% of the total votes in the country, and yet still is not made a running mate, is not made a vice president. Is that not a waste of votes? Is that not a waste of votes? Mr. Speaker, if what we seek to do is to manage votes from wasting, I think we also need to consider whosoever comes second in an election to be the automatic vice president. That's we manage votes. We don't waste votes at all.
Even where you've got the coat and trousers arrangement.
Well, it is a situation of not wasting votes that we want to address. That is the argument. You say by elections. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, The honorable members on the other side, I know their minds are made up. But when I listen to people supporting the PR system and what they've said about members of parliament in this current parliament, it is so much painful to see a member of parliament supporting this bill. They say in the PR system you have more quality MPs than now. I mean, the MPs in this current parliament are less the quality the people of Sierra Leone expect. Is that true of us in this world? Is that true of us in this world? Are we less debaters than the debaters who were here in 2002 and 1996? That is an insult to all of you. That is an insult. If you use quality as a basis for having a PR system, it's an insult to members of parliament. But I see them enjoying the insult. I want to tell most of you, your people are not satisfied with you. Another PR system, you will not even come to Tawaii. Let alone this house. Keep supporting the PR system. You talk of less violence in the PR system. Mr. Speaker, I am going to campaign the entire Gambia district in the PR system, meaning anywhere I know there is a potential area that I will not get votes. It's a potential area for violence. From any other political party that will not get votes in that area. But I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, it's more wasteful to the members of parliament seated here. Meaning I have to go to every part of the district and I have to spend money all over in campaigning. And you call that less expenses. But Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what I get when I went to Keniba. I will not name the MPs, but this is the message that people sent to them. Say if you give some of these people symbols of the SMP, they are going to send independent candidates against them. No wonder they are worried about having the PR system. No wonder. That is the same message in Go. That is the same message in Kono. Yes. And in the Western world.
Wow, Gambia.
Mr. Speaker, another theory they purported is national coalition. I want to ask a question. When my honorable brother from Gambia, who is representing Lombi, was here today, he said he's a Limba man in the SLPP. Is that not national cohesion? How many candidates for my 91 and he's in the SLPP? Is that not national cohesion? Don't you have members from Falaba? No, let me talk to them first. Is that not part of national cohesion? Is that not part of national cohesion? When you talk about national cohesion and you mean it's just a way of having seats in other areas, national cohesion talks about bringing every ethnic group together every time. Mr. Speaker, you may not know this or you may deliberately pretend not to know. The only tribe that does not have a representative in this house is the yellow cast. And most of the countries, the yellow cast, they don't have a representative in this house. They don't. And the only one they voted for, your government under this same parliament, under your watch, it was kicked out to make you speaker. That is so disheartening. So disheartening. Mr. Speaker, let me say again, most countries support and practicing the PR system are doing so not because their country is not like ours. It's because their country has so many smaller political interests, like sexual interests, the lesbian and the gays. They have religious political interests. And because you want to bring all of that kind of shade of opinion together, what you do is you bring in a PR system like in Israel. So you have Christian political parties. Is that the kind of country we have?
You are telling so.
By all means, debate as you wish, but don't manufacture.
I wish I have the opportunity.
I don't know.
But I don't have enough time to speak. Like, you call me when it is 10 minutes. But you never do. Mr. Speaker, let me make more points. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They also tell us conveniently that introducing the PR, the country will not spend more money. In fact, the money we reserve now, is it not only for the president to fly? Apart from that, what else have we achieved in 5 years?
Well, I will say you go America.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. You talk about under this same PR, the need and other things. I will summarize because you want me to. But with a warning. Mr. Speaker, when I was a boy and in primary school, I had of this great Abbas Bundu. And many people wanted to be like you. So suddenly when you left ECOWAS, many Sierra Leoneans of your age named your single action of allowing ECOMOG to base in Sierra Leone for the war. Today, as we sit in this world, if this bill goes through and there is any possibility of war in this country, they will blame it on you again. Thank you very much.
Let me make one thing clear. Some people blame me for ECOMOG being based here. But hold on. I know a lot more people said, thank God for ECOMOG. Thank God for that. A lot more people said, thank God for ECOMOG. Right across the sub-region of West Africa.
Mr. Speaker, the back now. I'm here.
Let me start with you. No. The lady will be next, and then
Another lady.
Honorable Lanson. Yes, you have the floor. And then after you, the madam will. No, let me take the mother of the house. No, the ground has never shifted. The ground still belongs where it is safely anchored. And the one you are perceiving as the mother is the deputy. Waiting for the mice. Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, the document, the Public Elections Bill for 2022, is a document that tells of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, when I took a careful look on the document, it is very clear that more power has been vested in the Electoral Commission while suppressing the voters. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will start with clause 55C. When Honorable Veronica started a statement, she started by, narrating the song, the women's song, all across the nation, women are longing to be free. That's the only two statements that I want to take from that song. Yes, women, we are longing to be free from physical violence, yes. We are longing to be free from mental disorder, yes. We are longing to be free from sexual violence, yes. Yes, we are longing to be free.
Oppression.
But yet still, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have seen how women, especially women in politics, have been intimidated and harassed. So how do you expect other women to think of opting for politics? How do you think even the girls that are in the schools, the girls that are wanting to enter into politics, with all this intimidation and harassment, it will scare them away. So if we are talking about having a 30%, Mr. Speaker, it to be included in this, bill, as if they are doing favor to we the women.
Exactly.
It is not a favor. Because when you look at the clause, it says reserve seats, members of parliament, constituting not less than 30%. And who are these members of parliament? We don't know whether it is for us, the women. We don't know whether it is for the youth. We don't know whether it is for the disabled. So the statement is just too ambiguous. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are strong women. We are persistent. We are tenacious. What we need is safe space for us to enter into politics. But what is here, just like what my sister from Bombadi said, you can't just come and catch us. As if we do not mean anything. So, for me, I think we have an answer to all this. We have an gender empowerment bill. That is our tool. That is our weapon. In fact, when Honorable Kadi was speaking on that notion, she said, where are the women? The women are not there because what they were expecting is not what. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the gender bill, a lot of gender experts, a lot of development experts have made significant input to that bill. So that bill is our weapon. So don't come and catch us here as if we mean nothing to this nation. You are not letting us in service. Yeah? We are all partners in development. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, that goes for me, for us. There is no need to catch us in this. We need our gender empowerment bill. We need our gender empowerment bill in the House of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will then move on to the PR. Mr. Speaker, I am here because I was elected by my constituents. Now you want to take that power from the voters, from the constituents, to give it to our political parties. Mr. Speaker, our constituents are already vulnerable. They need us. They need that interface. They need that interaction. But with the PR, you are moving us. You are destroying that relationship. You are weakening that relationship between us and our Mr. Speaker, you are not only destroying that relationship, Mr. Speaker, but also you are undermining the democratic tenets of democracy. Because you are making, you are letting the people not to select their correct or right candidates. What they do is to vote for political parties. So they do not even know their representative who they are going to vote for, but they only see a list. And so, Mr. Speaker, in as much as this system
for the voters, from the constituents, to give it to our political parties. Mr. Speaker, our constituents are already vulnerable. They need us. They need that interface. They need that interaction. But with the PR, you are moving us. You are destroying that relationship. You are weakening that relationship between us and our constituents. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, you are not only destroying that relationship, Mr. Speaker, but also you are undermining the democratic tenets of democracy. Because you're making, you are letting the people not to select their correct or right candidates. What they do is to vote for political parties. So they do not even know their representative who they are going to vote for, but they only see a list. And so, Mr. Speaker, in as much as this system is against the participation of our people, of our constituents in the democratic process, it also undermines the tenets and principles of democracy. Speaker, honorable members, in as much as our people are already suffering, I want to get the attention of Mr. Speaker. Okay. I almost the
The PR system seems to deviate the people from their elected representatives. Now, as the people, they will not have someone to represent them in their village, in their constituency. But now it's a whole, national constituency. So what happens? We already have our people. They are suffering. Our people are suffering. So if we are to implement this PR system, it will leave our people like walking giants, walking with the legs of a mosquito. Mr. Speaker, I will now move to the section on the NIN number, the registration of votes. Clause 13(1). It says, there shall be a national register of voters, to be known as register of voters. And then it says the elements in the voters, and one of it is the national identification number. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to add my voice on to the inclusion of this element of the national identification number in the Public Election Act. Mr. Speaker, during the NECRA registration, like for my constituency, one, there were not enough centers. You talk about the incompetence of even the staff that were recruited by NECRA. There were faulty computers, and the people had to queue sometimes for days, up to 3 days. They could not get themselves registered. And as a result of that, as Honorable Abdul said, some grew impatient and then just walk away. So we have a lot of our constituents, our people, that did not register on their NECRA. So if we now want to put NECRA, the NI number, as an element into the registered voter, Mr. Speaker, is like disenfranchising thousands of our constituents and electorates. And then when you go for section 24, it says a registered official may, in satisfying himself that a person is entitled to be registered as a voter, request from the person any of the following. So the first one, the registered voter, is mandatory charge. But when it comes to 24, it becomes optional. So we want consistency in the piece. So if we are going to look at the national register with all those challenges that we face during the national registration process, we ask that the NI number not be included in the register to avoid confusion. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, a lot have been said by all the members. But for me, when I look at the whole bill, it's a bill one in terms of the women, it's the employ and the tactics. It's a plan And they said not to bring the gender bill in Parliament. And the women of Sierra Leone, need that gender bill. We are playing for our gender bill. We need it to make for Parliament. We don't want the men, so it's not a favor. We want 52% of the Sierra Leone population. And so we don't want the 48% to make decisions for us. We already have the goal. To get into, which is that gender empowerment bill. So why are we asking for someone to come and give us a vote where we will get, something, rather than having ours where we will take from to give to others? So I think we need our argument. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this public election bill 2022 is mischievous.
Very good, teacher.
I'm already nominated, so what we know is
Honorable answer. After honorable answer now, honorable Kumande.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm Honorable Abdul Munir Lansana. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am Honorable Abdul Munir Lansana, representing the people of constituency 121. And this constituency covers Kleintown, Kanike, and Blackhall Road. In this house, we've listened to various speakers, and a lot of things have been said that my duty here this evening is to throw light on the already confusion created not only to members of parliament in this house, but also to the people of this country. Many speakers have drawn light in that of section 24, 16, and that of 13. And in my knowledge, since I entered this parliament in the legislative unit, where bills are committed to us, we always take into cognizance what is known as the side note before every section of a bill is read. And looking at the side note for 24 of this Public Election Act, the side note for 24 is saying proof of claim for registration, while the side note for 16 is saying eligibility to register and to vote, while the side note for 13 is saying register of voters. Before I throw light on any other thing, I might want to do clarity on these three sections I've just made mention of. Starting with that of 16. A lot of arguments have been proffered by various speakers, and in this, some are saying before you register to vote, there is the condition for you to bring your name. But the condition under 16 that makes somebody eligible to register is saying that, with the permission of Mr. Speaker, 16.1 is saying a person shall, subject to section 17, be eligible to register as a voter in a ward and to vote at an election in that ward if he, A, is a citizen of Sierra Leone, B, has attained the age of 18 years, C, will attain the age of 18 years on the date of the next election, and D, is resident in that ward. So that tells you, for you to register to vote, the conditions are set in the 1991 Constitution, has been fulfilled by this document. Now, moving to that of 13 that the confusion has been playing on. The side note is saying register of voters. And many speakers here are making calls on the aspect that talks about the interpretation, where some people are saying we studied English, we studied semantics, but in my study of semantics and literature, where I studied the diction of words and the register as done in English, the side note here is saying register, that is the document. Once you've completed the register, you now come to vote. When you come to vote now, the register that will be at the center, 13 is saying there shall be a national register. The key term in section 13 is register. That is the book where the names are entered. And in this register, they are saying, what do you need to do? That the name and particulars of a person are entitled to vote in public election, and the referenda include 1, the national identification number, meaning you've already been registered, you've now come to vote. And now that you are at the center, this name has already been generated for you from the registration. Now you've come to vote, it's already there. You're not going to be asked to bring it any longer. And now for 24, where the registration talks again, that is, what document do you need as a proof? The end word is saying the registration officer may, in satisfying himself that a person is entitled to be registered as a voter, request from the person any of the following. The key word is any. For my linguistic studies, the word any, meaning not all, but any. And if you are using any, bringing your birth certificate, satisfy the registration officer. Bringing a testimony of a member of the local council in your residence, satisfy the officer that you have to be registered. So I see no reason why the argument of debate should be pinned on the name that is only required at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, I just let 13, the side note is saying, for 13, the side note is saying, the register, that is the book. I will not waste time on that. Let me move to something else. Because I do believe those who have ears to hear are already hearing. Now, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the next argument that I might not want to spend too much time on is the aspect dealing with the proportion. And as it has been said, I don't want to waste more time, but I just want to make the constitutional provisions that are already saying that under section 38, the much talked about section 38, 3. The 38.3 is saying the boundaries of each constituency shall be such that the number of inhabitants thereof is as nearly equal. Let's underline the word equal. We also, Mr. Speaker, I have the election results here, that before I have this opportunity, I removed it from the net data online. You will notice the said 68 MP that we are in this house before this time, and that of the 48 MPs, their number outweigh the said 68 MPs by over 100,000 voters. That tells you the constituency we are not in. And if this section is saying equal, and that equality was never done, then the fact speaks for itself. Which difference? And now, taking again the same section 38.4 that talks about review. The key word in 38.4 is review. With the leave of Mr. Speaker, I read, the Electoral Commission shall review the division of Sierra Leone into constituencies at interval of not less than 5 years and not more than 7 years. And we all know before this time the last census of this country was in 2015, and now it's 2022. So if we are talking about a review for a new delimitation or whatever, the 5-year mandate is over. That gives the commission all the legality by the constitutional provision to do whatever is required. Now, coming again to the same section 38.7, they said, for the purposes of this section, the number of inhabitants of Sierra Leone shall be ascertained by reference to the latest census. The key word here again is latest census. And if we are making focus to latest census, the latest census is the one just presented to us by Statistics Sierra Leone, which is the 2021 census. And using that census, as for argument's sake, they are saying the census is not credible, it's not easy, it's not wide. And that being the case, the commission having no mandate in terms of the data they are condemning, because of that they cannot do any delimitation in creating new constituency. Why not the need for a proportional representation? And the next argument I would not like to become Mr. Speaker reminding me
is making a definite statement.
You've not been coming to us. When we were talking, everything was.
No, you're making an error.
Definite statement.
No, you're making an error. You're saying we have rejected it. And it has not been brought to Parliament. It has not been brought to Parliament. It has not been brought to Parliament before. And this is the law you are referring to me now.
The law has not been given to you. The law has not been given to you. The law has not been given to you.
No, you are misleading the house. And I cannot
see. You hope that is Mr. Speaker, I can testify to this house that the commissioner of NEC, as I speak, has a letter written by the All People's Congress saying they should not use the 2021 census of this country. The letter is there. The letter is there as I speak. If Mr. Speaker, you can ask the commissioner for NEC to bring that letter here. As I speak, the letter is there. But I will not waste time on that. Let me move to the next thing.
I know you were interrupted, but please.
Yeah, I will wind up very fast. And before I wind up, Mr. Speaker, I want to throw like very fast so the section that is talking about the female representation. Indeed, yeah, that is a problem. You don't study pronunciation. Don't say pronunciation, please. It's pronunciation. Because it's not pronunciation. Fine. You need a class of physics. Now, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the next confusion that has been drawn is the aspect of section 37. Now, looking at section 27, section 27 makes clear that we should not give any premium or undue advantage to any sect. With the leave of Mr. Speaker, I read, subject to the provision of section 4, 5, and 7, no law shall make any provision which is discriminatory. And section 3 is explaining what discriminatory is. Now it says, in this section, the expression discriminatory means affording different treatment to different persons, attributing wholly or mainly to their respective description by race, tribe, sex, place, or origin. So that tells you that giving the women that percentage or whatever that is about to be located to them is said to be discriminatory. Discriminatory in the sense, we the youth will come and ask for another 30%. The disabled will come and ask for another 30%. So at the end of the day, we will be going against the 1991 Constitution. And that being the case, Mr. Speaker, I will also draw 1 minute light on that of the vote cancellation. In as much as we do agree that laws should be made for vote, yes, for vote to be cancelled, Mr. Speaker, but let us try as a house
to make amends or make new rules.
You make that point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Another constituency na continue. Any kind of constituency.
You don't give me so you'll be next after Monday.
Yes. You don't talk about that video.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to call the few of previous speakers in thanking the AG and the state for putting this very wonderful document together. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I want to talk about overvoting. I'm going to talk about only two issues. One is overvoting. That is a bad thing, but it is bound to happen. And so, we have to put in place punitive actions, especially for the ones that bear the greatest responsibility. We have come to realize that the highest person in the polling center is the polling center manager. And so what I would suggest is, if there is an overvoting in any center, the polling center manager should be held responsible and should bear the greatest responsibility, because it is their place to secure the votes and the people of that day. But if the lazy said and anything go wrong, the polling center manager has to bear the greatest responsibility, and with a fine or jail that will be determined by the House. The next point is the safe seat for women. The safe seat for women is to support us so that we can increase our participation in politics. But also, I want to draw the attention of the men to support us, thinking about Section 55C and Section 59(2) to give us space to increase our participation in the government business. We are not saying we want to fight or this or that. This is just the beginning. And so we are just encouraging them. So please put hands under us to see the light. We know we are now here, but there are women, more women over there that are vulnerable. It's not all of us that are not vulnerable. A lot of women more are vulnerable. We want to see them into the circle of the women fold. So that is why I'm asking on this house, I'm asking on the men, so please, mine is a plea. I'm pleading on them, so please, see reason to pass this bill so that Sierra Leone will grow to a higher height. I thank you.
Lady, don't talk so.
Your contribution.
I know you are the mother of the house, but you have spoken.
Honorable Neneledi. After Neneledi, Honorable Umpa. Those who cause me the greatest problem will be the very last. And I know them. But there is one particular one I don't want him to talk at all.
Speaker.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to have my voice in support of this bill before this afternoon, or shall I say this evening now, the Public Elections Act 2022. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Few months ago, I brought a message from women from all cities. Like I told you when I evoked SO23 by then, I explained exactly what women from all cities want this house to do.
Now we are afraid if we don't be
or what they want us as legislators to do for them.
Now we are afraid.
Mr. Speaker, like I always say, we have gone through the length and breadth of this country. The length and breadth of this country, encouraging our women folk to participate in governance in this country at every level. To be a chief in your village, to be director, to be member of parliament, to be a ward councillor, and so on and so forth. All those efforts have been going on for years, over a decade now. And we have women-friendly organizations that have spent so much time, energy to make sure they preach, yes, resources, to preach this message to our people. And if all this sensitization have gone around, and we are now able to mobilize women who are not ready to come up, I'm sure it is right for us to encourage them further to see the light of the day. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, having this bill before us is a great pleasure for us in Sierra Leone. I'm specifically going to talk only on clause 55 and 59. Those are just the clauses I'm going to. I brought that message here for this house to know that women from both cities are asking that they don't want us to be giving them lip services. That they want to see us enact laws. And Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues have made mention of our bill, that bill, yes, we come. But it's better we take what we have now and get what we want with it. When we have what, if we hold on to this, I'm sure we are going to get more. So therefore, I want to encourage all of us as women. There is light at the end of the tunnel. And this one is the light at the end of the tunnel. This one is a springboard to bring us to what exactly we are looking forward to. But I don't want us to hold this bill to ransom because the Jimmy bill is yet to come. We need to hold on to this. We need to encourage our male counterparts to see how they can give us more. If you don't have one at hand, how can you ask for more? Mr. Speaker, we don't want to waste our efforts. All of us here as women have made so much effort We have given them a lot of smiles. Yes. Like our leader said yesterday, we have cooked for them. Yes. We have encouraged them in meetings. We have done a lot. I'm very flat by this. That's our declaration. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, encouraging women to come on board is not a problem. And this bill speaks to that. This bill speaks to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to clause 55, that talks about disasters, I'm not sure that is a crime at all. Mr. Speaker, my contenders, they are men, 7 men, and I was the only one. I went through rigors for me to get this space today as a member of Parliament, as a leader. No, wait, I'm calling. Perhaps you think I want to come. Mr. Speaker, like I said, my contenders are 7 men. I was the only woman about. But that doesn't mean I should allow other women out there to go through the rigors that I went through. I mean, I want to say that if I say I accept that, then it means I want to be selfish. We want to talk for them. We want to encourage them. We want our numbers to increase. Not everybody can withstand what some of us went through. Not everybody. If I'm strong enough, does it mean the next person will be as strong as I am to go through the kind of rigors I went through? So therefore, Mr. Speaker, for me, for now, I want to support, to lend my support for that clause 55. There has to be a basis. Perhaps when we come to the committee stage, the AG will tell us now how that will come to pass. But what is a very fine idea, it's a right idea that we turn for us as people. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, my colleague, I don't like to cry down a colleague. But to be very sincere, Mr. Speaker, we need those cookie sellers out there. The cookie sellers are the ones we encourage to attend our meetings. Because what we normally tell them, don't say because I am not as educated as you are, so I cannot attend your meeting. Because some of them shy away from the meeting because they think, and Mr. Speaker, point of order. Oh yes. Don't ask me. You know the order. No, not a crazy. Yes, I try. Mr. Speaker, I want the Honorable from O to mention my debate in a very correct manner. I did not make mention of cookery women, cookery sellers that are selling cookery in the streets of Sierra Leone. It was presented in a quote-unquote manner. Oh yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure about that. We had her and we had her well. But that always study. Like I said, I'm not quarreling with her. But I want, because of the perception of the women out there, I want them to know, or I want her to know, that the cookie sellers are those we used to encourage in our meetings. Because these are the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want you to warn the honorable member or to advise the honorable member to speak or to debate. Thank you. Let her not refer to me. Alright. Why is she repeating the same thing? Let her not refer to me. Advise her, please. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will not refer to you anymore, but I will continue to talk to the cookie sellers out there to know that we need them to vote, to know that they are the ones who need to participate and parliamentary level. Mr. Speaker, not all with Mr.
Speaker,
Speaker,
we don't have some of them. You see, you don't.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, like I said, since we have been encouraging these people at every level to participate in our governance of this country, I'm sure all we need to do is to train them, and that's what we have been doing. We've done that for over the years, and we have got them to board. Now they are poised to really take control of what all the programs we have been going through. We need to encourage them, and I will talk for them now to know that they are part of Sierra Leone, and we still need them in our governance of this country.
Thank you.
At every level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not on that note. Yes. You cannot stop me, it's not 10 minutes yet. I know I have 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it was great, from where you came from. It's respectfully, sir. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will continue to talk for my women folk out there. And I continue to encourage our male counterparts. Let us know that without us, you will not succeed. Somebody made mention of it earlier on to say behind any strong man is another strong woman. So therefore, behind any strong parliament, you need strong women. You need more women. The more our women are strength, the more we get the strength to encourage you to make better laws, the more we encourage you to perform your duties.
We are not going to subject you to 30%, to 150%.
So, Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
on that note, we'll give you people 50%.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, since we have right at the end of the tunnel, I want to start on behalf of the women folk out there who gave me that message last time which I brought to this parliament to tell you that they need our support, to support them to take space in the governance of this country. I want to thank you very much.
Great moment for me to stand your house down. The AG, I'm sure I speak for you as well.
Say your face.
It's for the spend money that, you know,
Encouraging women to come
or to debate. Thank
okay,
you.
You said it.
Let her don't refer to me.
All right, okay.
Why is she repeating the same thing? Let her don't refer to me.
Mr. Speaker,
advise her, please.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I will not refer to you anymore, but I'll continue to talk to the cookies sellers out there to know that we need them for our vote, to know that they are the ones we need like to participate at local, council, and even parliamentary levels. Mr. Speaker, not all Kuku sellers.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. What is Kuku?
Honorable members, since we have light at the end of the tunnel, I want to support this bill on behalf of my women folk out there who gave me the message the last time which I brought to this parliament to tell you that they need our support, to support them to take space in the governance of this country. I want to thank you very much.
I thank the honorable member for her contribution. Before I call on my next speaker, I think it's an appropriate moment for me to stand the House down. The AG, I'm sure I speak for you as well.
Question. I mean, name Nadan Mose, and I come to you live from Salon Broadcasting Corporation. We cover the proceedings of Parliament because this have to do with elections business, and we know say just under 1 year we're going to forget election at this country, Sierra Leone. And in fact, the Electoral Commission Sierra Leone may not slate a date where now June 24, 2020 Elections Act 2022. And it's other Public Elections Act. Again, beaucoup things then we then bring up into that bill where they open the space for discussion between parliamentarians from the other side, that is the opposition, and from even the government side, the independent side, and other opposition party, because they're not going to just make a bill, they just pass them into law without they not discuss them in the interests of the citizens of this country. If you go listen all the discussion within a circle around now about this PR system, you know, so when I talk about this PR system, a lot of people they get misunderstanding about the PR system. Well, I tell you now, the PR system are part of the Constitution of Sierra Leone, that's the 1991 Constitution. It did say a PR system of voting now another way that they follow get elections in this country. But being that we don't go all this time with the constituency system of elections, now then they bring the hot debates for people that look at this PR system like a new thing. Not a new thing at all, because they into the law. The only thing is that the opposition, generally when at the big opposition party in the parliament and the All People's Congress, the advocates say they're not for use the PR system for now. At least the argument is if when they use the PR system, it will make them able for interface with them constituents them, that the people that will vote for them. It will make them able to get out of skin where them can get. And the people in their safe, they're going to look up to them as the MP, but with that, then look and say they don't get that kind of rapport again. So then they're against the bill, particularly that clause where they talk about PR system. So the opposition actually they against them. Now make all the MPs them wait and talk today. Now the opposition side, they always to point out the PR system as not good for the electoral system of this country. But the majority, the party, the power government, they say and say it's necessary. It will help, for minimize violence. It will help also for reduce expenditure. That is for the spend of money that get by election, because the PR system is that now a kind of form of list whereby if we use them now party representative and we will get, because the party therefore get a list, each political party when they go into that list, therefore get a list of a member of parliament stem we will represent them in parliament. So in other words, if now a list and get from 1 to 20, if they want to allocate seats, then we'll begin from 1, say almost seats and get, if they 1 to 20, if they get 10 seats, now 1 to 10, we'll get the seats. Then the balance they left, in case anything happen, then go able, so you don't go by election again. So that the government side they look at, say with all landing, but the opposition, all people Congress look and say weak. Then they look and say they're supposed to forget the interface with their constituents. So in other words, they feel to say we don't need that for now, as the Electoral Commission Sierra Leone they ask for that. So the Attorney General, of course, will present the bill because it talk about law. And the Constitution, nine sacred, nine the all we are citizen of this country. So you not just a tamper with them if una not make amendments. But the problem now is that now the opposition is say some law will not be known day enough for be part of this bill. So enough for be part of the constitution because now new thing. And when we want to bring new thing, you get forget a lot of process. So the constitution is very sacred, and you not just a grab no more, you tamper out them. Unless we agree, just like we them try to amend section 32 of the 1991 Constitution, that's section 2, subsection 2 and subsection 8 we have been telling about. That one they talk for increase the region. The other section they talk about for reduce the term of resignation if you want to take part by election. So then they're not able to agree on that, and now they come to one. But outside the division they now then 14 years old, the PI system, the NI number, the 30%, and the overvoting. The overvoting here, than the talk before, they make reference to the former Chief Electoral Commissioner that during in term, some time at the country and the eastern part, can allow to be specific, it will null and void some votes them. Well, then they look and say, these votes, if then they cancel any votes because of violence, because now, then they look and say, the new bill, they look say, any side will get election. If anything like violence take place there, that whole side with violence business there for cancel them. So argument for that say, if within a constituency all the wards them decide the way they do election, the election go on peacefully. But then just one, now the violence take place. Then they say, well, it is better that you cancel that one day and do the counting than cancel the whole region whose side the election take place. So the arguments today are gone. In fact, they look say they're not the support arm, and they say the need for look into that the proper one. And then the question of the NI number. This is a new thing. We don't say now only now NCRA they come with the NI number. We don't ever get them. And according to the Constitution, is that any citizen wait for take part by election in this country, that citizen they for the old 18 year, they forget sound mind, and that individually for able to make a informed decision for himself. But during the all elections so we get the NI number. Now they want for bringing the NI number into this bill that it will be part of law that for let you go take part in an election for register so that you could take part by election you forget NI number. So the opposition they argue now say this NI number and a new thing for bring them inside then they against them. Then for kick them that enough for big criteria that unless you get NI number before you register for votes. So that argument they on floor because they look at saying a new thing, and if that one pass, they obviously it get to be part of the Constitution, and the Constitution are sacred. You know, it's just a gap no more. You can amend things then, the existing laws, but for bringing new one, it's very, very difficult. And the other one, they talk about the 30%. That is the inclusion of women. That is that safe seat. That for every one constituency, a woman pauper forgets a seat. But the argument for the woman on their own side, they say, well, then get a gender bill. And some of them here, so they talk, they inside the gender bill. So instead of then they try to catch them into this bill, then they expect, say, them for bring the gender bill there and discuss them because they get a lot of things them we the care for women. But women and the care for talk say, not only for parliamentarian, what about the council? What about women for take part in plenty other things there, apart from being a parliamentarian? Woman leadership, then they look at all landing. So they're not just the target parliamentarian, but they also want women for the council, woman for be chief, woman for be a woman. All that they want for look up. So and that gender bill, they look into all that. So this one is in a catch no more than just catch them. So even the woman herself, then the advocates to know they don't want for catch. But everybody gets in your opinion. One member of parliament, now the SLPP side, and the advocates say, well, what did they get there for? So then take a so the big one come. But majority of the women them we talk, they say catch them. They don't want catch because they get their own bill. They want for make they can discuss in the House of Parliament. So Fambulem, this now the Public Elections Bill 2022, where the Attorney General and Minister of Justice can present at the House. And at that, don't hold this House since Tuesday up to this term. And in fact, you don't need to, because the Speaker already don't talk say, then they push until Monday. So at least the House will meet back and Uda not be for make contribution now, will make their own, and then they will see how they come to a final conclusion. And I remember the two, the major opposition, whether the APC, they against a lot of things into this bill, more especially the NIN, the SIRI, they talk about violence or voting. If violence takes place, subside and they cancel. If they overvote and they cancel. So then they look all that area, they say, well, the need for make the look and proper, because then they say they not support that. So a lot of things, and we then talk, we are the key things them inside that public elections bill. And this is that make with even they are up to this term, because they're not able to come to a logical conclusion as to how they for look. But the government in power, the political party where they represent the government in power, the SLPP, the advocates say, make the opposition them just accept the bill like I did, so that they go forge ahead. Because this bill, the Public Elections Act 2022, it even had forget strength to the Chief Electoral Commissioner, because arguments been there about gross misconduct and misbehavior, where of course the act they talk about gross misconduct, and then the Constitution they talk about misbehavior. So then they look and say the misbehavior and no warrant for make them go able for just dismiss the Chief Electoral Commissioner or any other commissioner just like that without go through a tribunal. Because if you look, just a gap, you sack judge no more like that. If the judge do any misconduct, then get a tribunal where then they set up for look into that judge day in misconduct. If they find guilty, it will lead to a dismissal. And I saw the Auditor General as well. When I go see, say, because they say the Auditor General they don't commit, deputy commits gross misconduct, so they set up a tribunal where they will look into the case. So in the case of responsible position, so they want to make the Electoral Commissioner himself get his own respect. That they don't just grab number and sack like that. Any president so far don't just grab number and sack like that. Even when a president appoints him. But you go appoint him, yes, fine. But you don't just grab, you just sack him like that. So then they look and say, forgive more strength. So instead of using the word misbehavior, then prefer for use the word gross misconduct. We obviously are two different meanings, because gross misconduct to tell you directly say when somebody do that means they don't do serious thing, a warrant dismissal. Otherwise misbehavior, you can just compare them like a school picking, in the future and teacher. And then misbehavior. School picking, 2 hands. You go school, you play gamble, and misbehavior.
The Public Elections Bill seeks to do. It is clear that this bill intends to change the dynamics of the Elections Act in this country. The reactivation, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, of the district block system stands to disenfranchise the people of this country and in our respective constituencies that have brought us here. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the Public Elections Bill of 2022 is a dangerous tool that will rob the people of this country of their fundamental rights and duty that the Constitution gives to them. It stands to disenfranchise a significant bulk of the population. It takes their rights from them. And Mr. Speaker, honorable members, the 1991 Constitution in section 13, subsection 1, which states that every citizen shall have the right to participate in and defend all democratic processes and practices. And the participation in election and the ability to vote for your representative is a fundamental constitutional right. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, a lot of speakers before me have referenced Section 31 that gives the citizens of this country the right to register. And among those rights, said you must be a citizen of this country, you must be of a sound mind, and you must be over 18 years. Of course, the honorable member from Western area that just spoke was trying to read what the voter register is and try to insist that Section 13 of the voter register is not calling for the NIN as a requirement to be registered to vote. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if that is the case, then when you go to 13.1, and when it says, among other things, it should not have said, shall contain. So the question I'm asking this House and the people of this country is, what harm will it do if we do not have that as a requirement to be in the voters' register? It will not do any harm in the process. Let's recall when the Director General of NCRA announced to the people of this country that people will be registered, that the process is to reconfirm and register people that are not in the registry. This is what the director said. Among other things, he said the purpose is to register citizens and non-citizens. The honorable member from Lumley stated that it is only to affirm that citizens of this country are registered and are captured. But this purpose, according to the Director General, was not just for citizens, but for non-citizens. And among the documents that were asked for,
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Among the documents that were asked for, Mr. Speaker, honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. He has just mentioned the honorable member from Lumley. No, I'm the only honorable member from Lumley. And he said, in my submission, I stated that the civil registration is only for citizens.
That's what you said.
I did not say so. I said it is a unique citizens and non-citizens.
Oh, no. Okay.
And however, the registration for citizens is compulsory, and it is the unique identifier for citizens of Sierra Leone. That is why it is entrenched in the Act in almost 7 sections where the NIN is mentioned.
Thanks for clearing here. Thanks for clearing here and clarifying yourself to the people of this country. To enable, the director said, to enable you to participate in the exercise, you are required to bring along your voter ID card and or any of the following: birth certificate, national ID card, passport, NACIT ID card, driver's license, certificate of naturalization, which means if you are not a citizen, and so many others. So, Mr. Speaker, as we continue to drive this down in our arguments, why do you include NIN as part of it? And Section 30 and Clause 13 and Clause 24 are not in consonance. So if you are saying that Clause 24 says that these are the following things you're asking for. So why don't you make it consistent in this same bill? And to recall, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Constituency 114, Ward 402, where I live, we had only 2 centers to register people. In my home, my children did not register because they were doing registration process during the time that children were in school. So you have to make a choice whether you go to school or go to register. So at the end of the day, a lot of them did not register. And a lot of them did not register, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. And for instance, it took an average of 15 minutes to register one person. And we have 60 minutes in an hour. And we have 8 hours of working hours. So when you do the mathematics, 4 times 8 hours, and only 2 or 3 machines in a center, we say in an average, probably 50 people were registered in a center. And for us, we have 3 wards, and I had 6 centers. So the bottom line is, not even 500 people could have been registered in 10 days. We were in this well when we had Mitumani, Mr. Speaker, when we advocated for an extension. And indeed, the Honorable Sef did, and we appreciate that. But a lot of people still did not get a chance to register. So, Mr. Speaker, we are appealing that this is removed because it robs the people of this country one of their fundamental rights to register, to vote, which the Constitution clearly states. Mr. Speaker, fast forward. We want to make it clear to the people of this country that we on this side, we are not against safe seats, we are not against women empowerment. But the Honorable Member from Bombali, the lady, made it clear that the GE bill, the gender empowerment bill that empowers every woman across this country to become captured in this process. They need to be captured in the process. So if you say we respect the Kukri women, of course we respect them. And if you say you respect the traders, of course we respect them. But what the safe seat does is empower women that are already elites of society. It only empowers them. Who is going to know the grassroots woman in, for example, Pamuronko, that wants to become a member of parliament? Who is going to recognize her if she's not a cheerleader in her constituency? But if every person has the right to come up without the safe seat, then anybody one day will say, I want to become a member of parliament. I can read and write. I'm proficient in English. I will rise and I will come and put my hat in the ring. So if you have that opportunity, then the safe seat will not be good for the people, for the women of this country. Mr. Speaker, also, a lot of speakers, and the speaker from West here referenced 27, Section 27 of the Constitution. It makes it clear not to discriminate. Not to discriminate. So we believe this law is discriminatory. It's discriminatory. You say safe seat. Even the honorable colleague from Western Area 113 said, safe seat, who is it safe for? Who is it safe for? Is it safe for the disabled? Is it safe for the young men that want to come into politics? It is not explanatory. So, Mr. Speaker, it's vague, and it leaves gap for a lot of abuse. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, a lot of speakers have spoken, and when the AG went in the pre-leg stage, we were given a document that proposed that that this bill will capture PR, which of course we've said will disenfranchise a lot of people in this country. We don't have an opportunity to choose the people they voted for, and they will not have an opportunity to participate in the system. But it also talks about Section 76(1)(a). It talked about it, and journalists were there. The other day, the leader of government business said, we are the ones propagating this message. That is not true. There were journalists that saw the presentation. And Section 76(1)(a), it talks about dual citizenship to Sierra Leoneans that are in the diaspora. It is outside. We need to clear the air. We need people. We need something that is honest. So it is not in the bill, but you've given hope to people in the diaspora that there will come a time that they can participate in the process. So we are talking about the honesty in this process, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. We want to say, for people that are in the diaspora, right? When the law said you cannot participate at the time, we had just left the Cold War. I'll conclude. We have just left the Cold War, right? But now, as we speak, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there has been a decrease in national conflict, international conflict. There has been a decrease in compulsory military service. Okay, they've developed human rights and gender equality. There have been increase in international support, and of course, we've seen increase in remittances from people from the diaspora. So the government, with the bill, came to Parliament, said they were going to ensure that members of Parliament...
You've exceeded your time.
Yes, sir. They came to a pre-leg and said they were going to ensure that people from the diaspora participate. But come back with a bill that does not have it. So we need the public to know that the government did not come with the bill to us. They need to know that. They did not come with the bill to us. So it's not like we are deliberately ignoring it, but we want them to know that it was not brought. So the honesty is not there for them to include them. And our argument initially was, if you say people from the diaspora or two SIMs or dual citizens can be members of parliament, why don't you allow them to become presidents? Because the qualifications are there in 75 and 76 of the Constitution.
You have to stop now.
In 75 and 76. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Honorable Sir Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we are looking at a very, very important document, and I believe the importance of this particular document cannot be overemphasized. Taking a cue from a colleague from the Western area, Kanike, to be precise, he made it clear that Section 27 of the 1991 Constitution will be breached if we allow certain portion of this 2022 election bills to be enacted. It will be affected because under Section 27 of the 1991 Constitution, it is clear that whatever privilege, extra privilege given to a particular set of society is termed as discriminatory, and our law does not accommodate that. In as much as we want to empower women, we are not against women empowerment, because our society comprises of both men and women. And if one set of society is empowered as against the other, definitely the development of that society will be affected negatively. Therefore, I believe every man here will be thinking of that we need to empower the women folks of our country so that they too can come to the level in which they can contribute immensely to the development of our nation. I will also take you to Section 7, subsection 1, A to H of the bill. I mean clause 7. Clause 7, subclause A1, A to H, where they set out the functions of the Electoral Commission. There you will see it clearly that they included in the area of the voter register, the register of voters. This is a document from which we get the list of voters to participate in an election. But when you look at the inclusion of the NIN, there are a lot of people who want us to talk about, and we keep talking about it, because there is a mandatory statement that says shall. As a result of that word shall, it has become mandatory that name is part of the process for your name to be included in the register of voters. But when you look at section 12 of the Parents Act that we seek to amend, it is clear, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there is nothing wrong with section 12 of the Parents Act. There is nothing wrong with it. It is clear, and there is no clause in there that will serve as discriminatory to anybody to participate in the elections. In the Parents Act, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if you go to section 12, subsection 2, A to E, A1, you will see it, and I read with your leave, Mr. Speaker. It is clear, if you look at the register of voters and registration of voters, that is part 3, section 12. I will take you to subsection 2, and I'll read for you, Mr. Speaker, the qualifications that are there, the things that are there. Here also it says the full name of the voter Of course, in the register of the voter register, you should have the full name. No contention on that. The voter's date and place of birth, all of these conditions are there. There is no condition about that.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. The honourable member has referenced subsection 2, and he should read for us from subsection 2 and the subsequent paragraphs so that we can understand.
Mr. Speaker, honourable members, when you look at subsection 2, the conditions that are there are what I'm reading out for the edification of the public. These are the things that are there. And there is nothing like national identification number. Okay? And all of these things can be generated at the point of registration. But national identification number cannot be generated at the registration center. It cannot be generated there. It can only be generated by the National Civil Registration Authority. They are the ones that have the mandate to create national identification number. Except we want to say that the registration process for 2023 elections that will commence come September will be done simultaneously alongside the national civil registration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members,
I just want to make clarification, Mr. Speaker.
What? But
I want to make clarification on this thing. Yes.
But he's made it, hasn't he?
Yes. Yes. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, as a parliament, we should not be seen watering down the laws we make. When you travel to other countries, honorable members, if you go to America, you have what is called social security. These are unique identity numbers that are given to individuals. When once you punch the social security number for anybody, his details will come out. Everything about the person. And we are a progressive nation. That is why we passed the NACRA Bill Act here. And that is what we are envisaging, that in the future, nobody will impersonate you. When once your social security, your NIN number is punched, all details about you will come up. So, Mr. Speaker, what they are proposing, when the registration is going on, you will have NACRA staff. If you are not registered with NACRA, they will use the same opportunity to register you and give you an NIN number.
Okay,
that will stop impersonation.
Mr. Speaker, my point.
Mr. Speaker, please.
No, I'm not tolerating any more interruptions. Please carry on.
Mr. Speaker,
I have a deadline to stop.
Mr. Speaker, my point here is simple. What is there in the old law that we are seeking to amend is very straightforward and clear. All of the conditions that are there, I believe every citizen of this country will meet them. But the issue of national identification number, for now as it is, cannot be met by every citizen. That is our point. Let us understand that. So why change it? We go over to the area of the big elephant in the room that a lot of people don't want to talk about, and we'll talk about it because our people sent us here to represent their views. And it has become clear that since the introduction of this bill, the proportional representation, the PR, has come out very glaringly clear that is very key in this public election bill that we are looking at. The people of Sierra Leone are saying no to proportional representation. We took a venture ever since the bill was introduced here. We went right around the country. And it became clear from the views of the people, especially from Kono district where I am coming from, it is very clear that their message is clear. They don't want any proportional representation. The people of Kono are very clear about it. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, it is very clear that one has been said. Mr. Speaker, hope I have your protection.
I'm up, Mr. Speaker.
No,
Mr.
your
Speaker,
time is up. That's the protection.
Your time is
Your
up.
10 minutes is up.
Mr. Speaker, I haven't even spoken for up to 6 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm up.
Your time is up.
No, Mr. Speaker, you know that.
10 minutes. I'm timing every single one of you.
Mr. Speaker, I think I am here as a member of parliament.
Mr. Speaker,
representing the people of my constituency.
Mr. Speaker,
and they have the mandate. Their views, I believe, must be respected.
You have delivered your
message. No, Mr. Speaker, you've not given me the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker,
you've not. To be honest with you, Mr. Speaker, we should deprive.
Mr. Speaker,
I'm not depriving you. I've given you the opportunity.
You have given me, but the point is,
if you continue to argue, I'll ask you out. I'm tired of this now. I'm tired of this. Let's be civilized here.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
I tolerated too much.
Mr. Speaker, I'm from Konodi Street, and I cannot sit here and hear a misleading message against the people of Konodi Street. I've held tripartite simulcast program in Konodi Street, and all the pillars of Kono.
You have an opportunity when your time comes.
Media. No,
when your time comes. I'm coming. No.
Prominent families.
You are debated
legal people. They have endorsed.
You are debated.
The proportional representation issue. So it's a done deal.
You take your
that's clarity. That's not a clarification I want to make.
Mr. Leader, you are not representing every constituency. You represent just a constituency in Kono.
Thank you very much.
I was in Kono.
Are you from Kono?
No, I was in Kono.
You are not business to
Mr. Speaker.
You only have a
No, I was in Kono. I was in Kono. I went to Kono. No, I went to Kono on a program.
Mr. Speaker, please, can you hear me out, please?
Would you behave as a leader, please? I've asked you to stop.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me, please?
Honorable Koyo, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, please. Speaker, I have the floor. Honorable Bendu, sit down. When Honorable Koyo is talking, you keep quiet. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been yearning for this opportunity to ensure we make the necessary corrections with issues that has to do with the Public Elections Act.
Honorable Koyo, if you don't speak, I'm asking somebody else.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not protected. They are busy interrupting.
You are speaking to me.
Okay,
don't
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like I earlier said, Mr. Speaker, it's an opportunity for me to throw light on the bill that is in front of us, the Public Elections Act, the Public Elections Bill, to make necessary corrections with regards to what honorable members have said earlier on. You know, we have been making jottings on various clauses, provisions, and the likes. Before I go further, Mr. Speaker, I want to make some necessary corrections. The honorable member from Western area, Honorable Odikanu, made mention about clause 55C when she talked about the clause being ambiguous and does not make any provision with regards the people the clause was getting for. I want to refer that honorable member to the interpretation section of the bill that talked about reserved seat. The bill clearly indicates the people they are protecting. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, I read, the reserved seat members of parliament means a member of parliament occupying a seat that is reserved for female members of parliament. So this particular interpretation debunks the earlier statement made by the honorable member from Western area. It says reserved for female members of parliament or such other categories of persons as parliament may determine. So I might want to reference the page number. The page number is number 6 in the interpretation section. Then also, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, there were many honorable members that talked about the proportional representation, for which you admonished us on Tuesday that we should avoid talking about the PR system. But in as much as members took upon themselves to discuss the issue for the edification of the House, we want to say this to the people of Sierra Leone, that the best democratic system of electioneering for Sierra Leone at this present moment is the proportional representation. The reason why I say this, the proportional representation will definitely speaks to popular vote. And when it speaks to popular vote, it gives the minority party, it gives the lesser party to have their say. And for us on this side, we believe it is democratic in nature because smaller parties are fully represented. And also it will promote equitability in so many ways, the honorable member. So for honorable members to stand and demean the system that is already constitutional, for me, I think is very, very deceptive. So in as much as they have the right to say, but standing here, we should always give sincerity and say something that is sincere to the people of Sierra Leone. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if we go to clause 13 and 24 of the proposed bill that talks about the most debated topic for today, which is the national identification number, the clause reads, Part 3, registration of voters. It states, there shall be a national register of voters to be known as the registers of voters, which shall contain A, the names and particulars of persons who are entitled to vote in public elections and referenda, including their national identification number, date and place of birth, sex, and signature of thumbprint. Mr. Speaker, honorable member, members are deliberating on this. For me, if you look at the agreement we passed in this parliament that has to do with the national identification, the NCRA, the National Civil Registration Authority, the NIN number is just a component of the national identification card. But because we do not have the national identification card in our possession, one of the best objects that is included in this bill is for us to provide the national identification number, which was given to every citizen that registered during the registration process. And the officials at NEC already on Tuesday or Wednesday on 98.1 easily answered the question. In the case of people in the provinces or people in the western area that does not have a NIN number, they will use or they will work in partnership with NCRA, for which NCRA will have a table occupied for anyone that does not have a NIN number. And if you look at the act of NCRA, the 2016 Act, 25B, I read 25, Mr. Speaker. It states, notwithstanding anything contained in any other law relating to data protection, the Director General shall provide information in relation to birth, adoptions, death, marriages, divorces, or nullities registered under this Act. So, in B, the National Electoral Commission for the purpose of getting an updated register of voters for the conduct of public elections and referenda. Then when you look at the Constitution, Section 31, it states, every citizen of Sierra Leone being 18 years of age and above and of sound mind shall have the right to vote and accordingly shall be entitled to be registered as a voter for the purpose of what? Public elections and referenda. So automatically, the provision in the Act, the 2016 Act, already have answered the question of concerns of honorable members. The reason why we are using this NIN is as a result for us to have a form of identification for Sierra Leoneans, and at the end of the day, the issues of NIN will manage elections in so many ways. We have seen it in different countries that are practicing this particular system. If you check countries like Mauritania, Mauritania is using the same system as Sierra Leone want to use now, incorporating the national identification number in their voters registration card. Same to South Africa, same to Zambia. So Sierra Leone, as a country that wants to be democratic and become socially developed and economically developed and want to manage electoral system, I think for us, we are urging our brothers to consider having NIN as part of the registration process. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, if I might go to other clauses in this particular bill, please bear with me, Mr. Speaker. Clause 45(1) of the bill talks about the
Honorable
nomination
Koyo,
fees.
you've exhausted your time.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just speaking for 5 minutes.
You have exhausted your time.
Mr. Speaker, I watch.
Honorable members, I will now bring today's proceedings to a close. On Monday, we'll start with the following, and the same time limitation: Honorable Banya, Honorable Francis Bendo, Honorable Kaloko, Honorable Bilo Shaw, Honorable Iron, Honorable AKK 69. Latifa has been a troublemaker, so he's not on my list. Dr.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable SOS. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Latin from Port Loko. Mr. Speaker, Honorable SOS.
Now all of you want to speak now.
Honorable. Mr. Speaker.
Go and pray well, prayerful over the weekend.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable SOS. Honorable SOS.
You are a troublemaker. You are not speaking.
I am not. Mr. Speaker. Please, Mr. Speaker.
Any announcements?
Pepper spray. Pepper spray.
Any announcement?
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the House stands adjourned to Monday, 10 a.m. prompt.
Speaker, money not in a bank. But now we don't deny the money. Why for go to bank?
We dey use our power.
Okay, don't go, sir.
When I say power, we say they use our power.
Old one no boku. The new one no boku.
SOS for the talk now.
As I've been telling you earlier, that the NI number and also the 30% and the overvoting. Well, the speaker, obviously they retire now, and the House adjourn for Monday. Well, may I tell you now, the All People's Congress side, the points where they make for the PR system. The APC points where they make the system, Section 38A, now the Constitution of 1991, make provision for the PR system. That they tell you say a day into the Constitution. But what's in the All People's Congress then they say yes, it did it. Now that they not announced date for election within less than a year, then they say because they not announced the dates less than a year and constituency they're already in existence, so they're not for allow that for happening. Because then they look and say they're not for use the PR system because already constituency then they in existence. So now that's the argument of the All People's Congress, and say yes, they're aware. Say yes, they in the Constitution, Section 38A, and the 1991 Constitution. But then they say you will only use the PR system inside constituency no day. And now then they say that's constituency day, and now they not announce the date for election. So then they say not for use the PR system. That's the All People's Congress side. Well, that's all don't appear today, as I tell you now, a lot of things that we they into the PR, we they discuss about, we then they talk say the disenfranchised, the electorate, then the NI number, the 30% quota for women, them safe seats, and then the overvoting. We now a cause for discussion inside the House of Parliament. Well, from them we done there since this morning, and we take a break because just imagine from this morning a lot of other programs and they were not possible for come on the air. So for now we break and we will go over to New England Vale for continue today's broadcast. I want to thank to my colleague them, Sheku G. Kamar, of course on camera, J. Cole, and Seriously Abiose Stanley, Ibrahim Samura, and Alexei, of course, the technical man on the ground. So we'll meet back again as the speaker